See. Oh.
Honorable members, bengithi asithathe lo mzuzu sithandaze buthule. Amen. Honorable members, the office of the Speaker, on behalf of the legislature, has learned of the passing on of the following persons since our last sitting. Mr. Billy Masita, who was serving as South Africa's ambassador to Algeria, a former National Intelligence Agency Director General, who served as African National Congress leader and was elected to the party's National Executive Committee for many times. Masita played a pivotal role in Umkhonto weSizwe and was exiled in Botswana and Zambia. He was the founding member of the Congress of South African Students, COSAS, and participated in political organizations, including the Azanian Students Organizations and the Soweto Students Representative Council. He left for exile in the late 70s. Mr. Charles Ngazi Tembe, brother to the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Artim Tembu. Mr. Tembinkosi Apleni, economic freedom fighters, member of parliament, who had a passion for the youth and quest to contribute to curbing youth unemployment and to improving the conditions of the indigent in South Africa. He had led the EFF in the Eastern Cape. Miss Ntombizodwa Doris Sikosana, a former member of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature. She was a member of this House during the fourth term that ran from 2009 to 2014. She also served as the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Quality of Life and Status of Women, Children, Youth, and Disabled Persons. Ms. Sikosana had a decorated life, as she had also served the African National Congress during the times of the exile outside South Africa and was a member of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress Women's League following the unbanning. Miss Tina Turner, a renowned singer from the United States of America, who had mesmerized many of us in the terms of our youth with her beautiful voice, and was known about her passion when she graced the stages during her time of performance. All victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and hate crimes, public servants and traditional leaders of this province and the country, victims of road fatalities in our province during the recent past, and any other persons that we may not have recorded by name. Honorable members, let us now rise to observe a moment of silence to honor all those who have gone before us. May their beautiful souls rest in eternal peace. Honorable members, we have not yet received and recorded formal apologies from your parties. We'll go to birthdays, I am delighted to take this opportunity to wish belated happy birthday to the following members: Honorable S.W. Mshengu, the Chairperson of the Environment Portfolio Committee, whose birthday was on the 1st of May. The Honorable T.S. Mjali, whose birthday was on the 2nd of May. The Honorable N.B. Mthethwa, the Chairperson of Sports, Arts and Culture, whose birthday was on the 5th of May. Honorable MPP Zungu, the Chairperson of Public Works, whose birthday was on the 8th of May. Honorable GN Swartbo Ntombela, the Chairperson of the Social Development Portfolio Committee, whose birthday was on the 8th of May. Honorable BN Sithole Muloi, the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, whose birthday was on the 10th of May. Ndiyathemba uba nibelo suku oluhle nolusuku olumnandi enithena luchitha nezizalwane kwakunye nezihlobo zenu. Yanga iminqweno yenu ibe izalisekile namaphupho enu abe azawufezekiswa. I also wish to congratulate and send birthday wishes to the Honorable LD Ngubane, Honorable H.U. Dibur, Honorable Ngubane, whose birthday is celebrated on the 25th of May, Africa Day. Usuku oluhle noma Africa. Honorable H.U. Dibur, whose birthday will be celebrated on the 26th of May. Happy birthday, Menier. May I wish the both of you well for your forthcoming birthdays. Honorable members, will now go to order number 4 on the item number 4 on the order paper, announcements or reports by the Premier. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to
allow the Premier to make the announcements. Honorable Kwala, Honorable Rogers, allow Honorable Premier Dube Ngube, the only Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, to make the announcements. Honorable Premier.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo ukuvikeleka uwe. Somlomo sicela ukuwenza le notice ezilandelayo. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, today is the Africa Day, which is an annual event celebrated on the May 25th to commemorate the founding of the African Organization of African Union in 1963. The OAU was an intergovernmental organization that was aimed in promoting unity, cooperation amongst African countries. As we celebrate Africa Day today, we do so with pride in that 25 years ago, here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, was the launchpad for the Africa Union, the successor to OAU, and the host of the first assembly of the heads of state of African Union, which took place at Inkosi Albert Luthuli Convention Center on the 9th to the 10th of July 2002, where the theme was "We are Africa, and indeed Africa is us." As such, KwaZulu-Natal, we stake our rightful claim to Africa Day. This is a time to celebrate the diversity and achievements of African continent, but also a time to reflect on challenges that Africa faces and make meaningful commitments that will result in a better future for our continent. Honorable members, I also wish to given notice or report that the Executive Council will host the Operation Sugumasake Day, hosted by the Honorable Mark Kujwa, who's a champion, on the 31st of May, which is aimed at strengthening public participation while assessing progress in service delivery and implementation of the various programs and improve the lives of communities in various wards. The challenges affecting residents of Amajuba will be highlighted but also intervened and dealt with by all the spheres of government, understanding that the decline in business activity as a result of COVID-19, load shedding, water challenges, and unemployment and crime related to alcohol and abuse, drug and gang-related violence will also be dealt with. The occasion will also be utilized to respond to and remove bottlenecks that infrastructure service delivery to communities. The Operation Sugumasake program will be rolled out in more impactful way in a manner to deliver the visible improvement in the lives of communities through the implementation of the intervention. On behalf of the African continent, again, Durban, KwaZulu-Natal is hosting the International Table Tennis Federation Table Tennis Championship Finals, it's called, which started on the 20th of May to the 28th of May. We are indeed proud to host this prestigious global sporting event that comes to the continent for the first time since 1939. We are confident that we have been able to serve the authentic African hospitality not only to the 600 athletes who are in action across 5 events, but to more than 100 million viewers across the world who are participating on this experience in the brand KwaZulu-Natal that has gone globally indeed. We congratulate the International Table Tennis Federation South Africa, the national and provincial departments of sports, arts and culture, eThekwini Municipality, SASCOC, and KwaZulu-Natal Sports Federation, and everyone involved in putting together a sterling tournament and a wonderful build-up. When the competition ends, just like we did with FIFA World Cup, we would implement our social cohesion legacy program to ensure that local communities and the township and rural areas do benefit. The schools in the various areas, honorable members, will be benefiting from all the tools, the table tennis, all the equipment and all the tables that were used during this tournament will all be going to various schools in KwaZulu-Natal. So local communities will indeed be revived in knowing that there is a legacy that accumulates as a result of being a host of this wonderful event. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. We erroneously left the honorable member that was born on the 12th of May, the Honorable Thelma Ruth Zandile Kamajola Kumede. We sincerely apologize, Kamajola. Siyazi Slalo, you had a great day, a whip of the African National Congress and the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, we will now go to the tabling of reports or papers, which is item 5 on the order paper. The first one is the Standing Committee of Chairpersons tabling the 2022 Harry Gwala TLTP Closeout Report and the Social Transformation Cluster Oversight on the Implementation of National Development Plan and Action Work Group D. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts tables the report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on the follow-up hearings held in March and April 2023 on the 2021-2022 report of the AG. Annual report on committee performance for the 2022-2023 financial year ended 31 March. The Portfolio Committee on Conservation and Environmental Affairs tables the a report on the consideration of the performance report of environmental affairs for Q2 and 3 of 2022-23 financial year. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs tables the report on Umgungundlovu District Municipality Annual Report 2021-22. The Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs tables the report to the KZN Provincial Legislature by the MEC for ETIA Honorable S.A. Duma on the state of the economy in KwaZulu-Natal following the 2023 State of the Province address. Honorable members, is there any member who is supposed to have a tabling that is not recorded in the tablings we have just read out? Seeing that there is none, we will move on to item number 6, formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, there are no formal motions or notices. Thank you.
Honorable members, thank you, Honorable Chief Whip, for item number 6. There has been some items that were left out in item number 3, changes to Executive Council. Honorable members, I have been advised by the Office of the Premier that Honorable NNG Mahlaba is no longer the MEC for Public Works and Human Settlements. He is now the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture. The Honorable Sinkosi, who was the Chairperson for Finance, is now the MEC for Public Works and Human Settlements. Whilst we congratulate both MECs on their new portfolios and wish them every success, the Office of the Chairpersons with the Office of the Secretary will with speed work on convening the meeting for the Portfolio Committee on Finance to elect a chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Finance. We cannot afford not to have a chairperson of that Portfolio Committee for very long, Honorable Mavimbela. Honorable members, when you look up there, we have some guests at the top there. Kindly be advised that the Office of the Chief Whip and the Office of the Speaker have accepted a request from St. Francis College to send 10 student representatives to attend today's sitting. We know that they are accompanied by their Deputy Principal, Dr. Langa. You are all welcome to the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature. Thank you to St. Francis College for reaching out to us and ensuring that you make us a truly people-centered and activist legislature. Members, today, the 25th of May, is the day on which we commemorate the founding of the AU. Africa Day is intended to celebrate and acknowledge African solidarity, unity in diversity, creativity, as well as our challenges and successes. As we commemorate this day, let us not downplay any efforts that are advanced by our leaders, past and present, in all spheres of life. Let us proceed with dignity and serve with diligence so that they can remain proud of us and so that their legacy is advanced from where they left off. Know that being an African was defined by Dr. Pixlika Isaka Seme, as well as by the President Mbeki, when we were to officially launch our constitution. We all remain Africans. Honorable members, you are urged to submit your disclosure of financial interests. The deadline for submission was the 30th of April 2023. For any assistance in this regard, please liaise with Mr. Nishan Sukraj, the manager at Legal Services. Now, honorable members, we will be going to orders of the day. I am being disorganized by the table staff. Ms. Naidu, I am not taking to this disorganization kindly. And the excuse of your printer doing this and that is none of my business. This house must hold its decorum at all material times. The people at proceedings must have their house in order a day before the sitting. This is the last time that I'm speaking about people and officials at proceedings compromising the integrity of this house. This is the last time. Honorable members, we're going back to Rule 288.4 of the Standing Rules, which states that the presiding officer or chairperson must, before or at the start of the discussions on a matter, expressly inform members if a party vote will be taken. In line with the above, I can confirm that they will be voting on the following reports. 1, report by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Participation and Petitions following the 2023 Interfaith Symposium. 2, report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on the follow-up hearings held in March and April 2023 on the 2021-2022 report of the Auditor General. A party vote is a collective vote on behalf of all the members of a party present up to the total membership of that party in the sitting. Now, honorable members, we will continue with the normal programming. Sincere apologies. Honorable Kaluza and Honorable Kwala, you will pass the apologies to the both sides of the House when we finish. Honorable Duma, to the government, we sincerely apologize. We will now go to the orders of the day. I am looking for the speaker's list once more. I am really getting agitated today. The first debate will be on the report by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Petitions and Public Participation following the 2023 Interfaith Symposium. I was informed by the Deputy Chief Whip that in the early hours of today, they have concluded a consultative process with the whips of parties from both sides to have the item that was going to be 7.1 falling off. Am I still correct in that understanding, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, or it is back in the order paper?
Honorable Speaker, the item that has been removed is the debate, but the item on the questions to the Premier have not been removed.
Okay. So we will now be going to the item which will be the questions to the Premier. We will start with the questions to the Premier.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Hello. I'm asking the Deputy Chief Whip because I want to finalize. The Deputy Chief Whip assured me that there is item that has been removed. And she said the item that has conclusively been removed was the one that was the debate on Africa Day. And I wanted to confirm that is the item that is removed the one that is the debate, and the one that is remaining is the one of the parliamentary questions to the Premier. That's what I'm still confirming. You are now raising an order. Can I hear your order, Honorable Giga?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the order paper also had on it member statements or motions. So member statements have also been submitted. and a list has been submitted. So,
Honorable Kika, I said, I want first to confirm, because what I've been given now by the table staff still have the debate. And now the first debate is no longer the debate that is fallen off. I must confirm with the member. Now that I have confirmed is that first debate, I haven't spoken about motions and questions. The first debate is no longer the debate on Africa Day. The first debate is now report. Can I come back to you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip? Am I correct in understanding that the debate that is fallen off is the one that is on the Africa Day? The questions are still intact. The debate that will be now the first is the one on the public participation.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, there is.
Thank you so much. Now, Honorable members, we will now go to notices of motions. We are on notices of motions. Miss Nomkos, don't test me. We are on notices of motions now. You can't be confused, Honorable Singh. We are on notices of motions. We are not on the debate. The first debate is going to be on the interfaith. We are on notices of motions now. The first motion, Duma SA.
Siyabonga kakhulu somlomo ohloniphekile. Ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyophakamisa kanje. Le ndlu yalitusa futhi yalazisa iqhaza labanjwa yisilo esesiyinyandezulu umdlokombani odlaba kayise ukuba isishabasheke nesigomagoma kwezentuthuko nokudala ukuthula. Ukuthi umdlokombani nembalo bengumlomo ongathethi imanga futhi elimele iqiniso. Ngakho le ndlu inquma kanje ukuba sihlonishwe isilo uGoodwill kaBhekuzulu ngokuthi kwakhiwe umfanekiso waso ozoma wodwa ezindlini zesishamthetho singelekwa sithunzi ukuthi nxa sewakhiwa lo mfanekiso ube ngaphezulu kweminye khona ukukhomba ubuqhawe besilo sethu. Ngiyakuphakamisa.
Honorable Governor M.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting day, I shall move as follows. This House, noting that May 31 is observed around the world as World No Tobacco Day. This observance is used to inform the public of the dangers and health risks posed by the use of tobacco, that the theme for 2023, Honorable Rogers, is We Need Food, Not Tobacco. This House hereby resolves to support World No Tobacco Day and to support awareness programs highlighting the health risks and adverse effects of tobacco usage. Honorable Speaker, I shall so move.
Honorable Somuka SE.
Thank you, Speaker. Greeting to all honorable members. Speaker, this House notes the massive rollout of transport infrastructure in the province. The Department of Transport has announced a number of projects to be launched in the next few days. These infrastructure projects will turn KwaZulu-Natal into a construction site and create more job opportunities. This coming Saturday on the 27th of May 2023, Department will launch a rehabilitation of P189 located in Alfred Duma on Tuesday on the 30th May 2023. It will open the 1252, which is located at Escort. There's also a planned launch of Buffalo River Bridge in Umsinga and P359 located at Uku at Market, which will cost more than 580 million. And lastly, will be the contract handing over of the construction of Abane River Bridge in Umzimkhulu on Saturday on the 3rd of June 2023. In the next sitting, I shall move.
Honorable members, I suspect the list I'm having. It is only having one party, and I don't want to believe that there's not. It's motions and member statements for both for all parties, and I don't see the list. And I know that you have an intention, and your names are not submitted. Which other party has submitted? Because it's not in my list. You submitted. Which names you submitted? Honorable Kika, may I address you? Which other names you submitted?
Madam Speaker, it was my name, it was the Honorable Mayor, Honorable Hussein, and Honorable Naya, and Honorable Rabe.
Okay.
And these were member statements.
Honorable, you did not submit Honorable Kwala. Okay. Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Ngubane. Not this Ngubane, who's a whip. Okay, Honorable Manele. Thankfully, Honorable Manele, the one who submits for minorities, for NFP, ATM, and minority front. Honorable Shinga, I couldn't be participate when at it. Okay, now we're Honorable Kika, Dr. Kika,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to present this member statement as follows. The very basic fiduciary responsibility of the Department of Education is to ensure that every one of the almost 141,000 staff are paid and paid on time. Section 21 schools only recently received their allocations and allowances recently, and while the department blamed this on a treasury glitch, they think that schools are stupid enough to believe this. To make matters worse, when we visited schools during the feeding crisis that saw millions of learners starved, manufactured by the Taliban faction of the ANC, even food handlers were not paid. Now we have grade R educators who began teaching this year who are also not being paid. The response from the MEC was that she will look into it. The big question is, what on earth is going on if the very basics can't get done? The department is simply lurching from one crisis to another without any accountability. If the feeding crisis was not big enough, and the MEC and her HOD did not leave on their own, or their party did not remove them, then citizens should know that the ballot box cannot come sooner. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Fraser, member statements get responded to in 2 minutes. Honorable member, you have an option to respond to a member statement in 2 minutes. You have an option.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The reason why I was seated is because we have already addressed all the issues raised by the Honorable Member. That is why I wasn't sure what is it that the member was referring to. Thank you. Yes. We have addressed all the issues that he has raised. Thank you.
Honorable L.M. Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker.
So I want the members of the executive so that they follow. If you want to respond, you must know that you have got that option of 2 minutes to respond to a member motion. I mean, a member statement.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to present the following member statement. KZN province has but one metro, but sadly this metro is not something to be proud of. A city awash in sewage where the poor have to get their water from heavy polluted rivers. A metro that sends back 322 million rand in grants unused, while the poor people of eThekwini suffer under the failing infrastructure. Now load shedding is back in full, with the head of electricity there saying that he will switch the power off tomorrow, but he cannot guarantee that the power will be switched back on. And the city manager of the metro is currently under a huge cloud. And the MEC puts the city under pressure from the national government under a Section 154. The Democratic Alliance calls out this ham-fisted approach and renews its call for a Section 139 intervention. We call on the Honourable MEC to put the metro under administration, or the voters of eThekwini, as was shown yesterday in Chatsworth, will put you under a new administration. Thank you very much.
Honourable members of the executive. Are we here, Andit? Who's up?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we wish to put it on record that in terms of the latest report that was tabled by the Treasury, National Treasury, but also by COCTA on the functionality of the municipality. eThekwini municipality is a functional municipality. And if you go to that report, you will see that a number of district municipalities and local municipalities are totally dysfunctional in KwaZulu-Natal. I don't need to mention why the Honourable Member would only single out eThekwini. But in terms of Section 154, the Constitution implore on us, national and provincial government, to support municipalities. That is why the Executive Council saw it fit that we reinstate our commitment in support of a municipality, working with the National Treasury and National COCTA to ensure that some of the areas where weaknesses have been shown in the municipality are addressed. But I can assure you, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members here, that the matters that the Honourable Member is referring to indeed are matters that are part of the intervention that has been made. Honourable Maktingwane, the Honourable Minister of Water and Sanitation, has also established a committee, which committee meets on a monthly basis to look at some of those interventions that are needed to address the issues of water and sanitation in eThekwini municipality. I thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Naik.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to present the following member statement as follows. Earlier this month, on the 9th of May, the first special audit report on flood relief funds for the 2022 flooding in KZN and the Eastern Cape was presented to the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance in the National Assembly by the Auditor General's Office. In KZN, we were told that 1,810 temporary residential units were completed and provided to flood victims. Yet, according to the report, only 736 TRUs were completed and occupied. The report also confirmed our suspicions that there was gross manipulation of the procurement processes to favor pre-selected suppliers, some of whom were not even qualified to do the job. Shockingly, the report also revealed that awards were made to contractors, of which directors were government employees or in partnership with government employees. Previous AG reports revealed that these TRUs were not up to standards.
Yeah, it's 1 minute. And when they were still fixing their watch, I had to watch Honourable Kika going on and on. The watch is now fixed. Your 2 minutes, members of the executive, to respond to the member statement.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as a provincial government, when the floods happened, we had a disaster management committee that was managed and chaired by the COCTA MEC. And all that is being said there is just rumors. It is not based on facts. However, the processes that were implemented by the provincial government in ensuring that the people of KwaZulu-Natal in eThekwini in particular get proper housing were followed in terms of processes. I must also indicate that the reason why we also stopped building temporary houses was because we wanted to put our people in respectable homes, alternative homes, which is what we have done. So all that has been said there is not true, but we will provide a report to the Office of the Speaker if it's necessary for us to do so. Thank you, Speaker.
We will indicate if we do not feel the reports we received at committees are not enough. Honorable Rep.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to do the following member statement. The Daily News, in its edition yesterday, highlighted the 9 officials who were arrested in 2020 for fraud, corruption, and money laundering, who appeared in the Durban High Court this week. The CFO of the Premier's office was one of the 5 from this department. A 24 million rand tender is no small change, and although this matter has taken 3 years, the Democratic Alliance welcomes the arrest and charges of the 9 officials. One has to wonder, however, how long this matter is going to take before those who are guilty are dealt with appropriately. One also has to wonder what the department or departments in this matter have done when it comes to the service provider in this regard. Make no mistake, the Democratic Alliance will be keeping a very close eye on irregular and wasteful expenditure in all departments. Matters of this nature cannot continue to rob our province. Thank you, Speaker.
Executive.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we wish to put it on record that the matter that the Honourable Member is referring to, it's true. The matter that was, it was brought by the Office of the Premier to court and taken, the charge was laid by the Office of the Premier to the police. That's why it resulted to those individuals being arrested in terms of and suspended. In terms of the cases, they have taken their disciplinary cases to the Labour Court. And unfortunately, we are not in control of the judiciary nor the processes of court. So honourable members would understand that this government has acted swiftly in dealing with issues of fraud and corruption. That is why today you have people that appeared in court because of this government. Thank you, Prem.
Honorable KZN. Is it Khoza or Madlala? Huh? Tongo Madlala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And the next thing of the House, I shall move as follows. This House knows the ANC's commitment to building a better world and a better country, better Africa that is humane, just, equitable, democratic, and free. Further noting that the principle of freedom charter states that there shall be peace and friendship. This House therefore resolves that this principle of peace and friendship should not undermine the sovereignty of each member state. I shall so move.
Honorable Mavuso NP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, on behalf of the African National Congress, I shall move as follows. This House notes that the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Dr. Blade Nzimande, unveiled a new state-of-the-art facility known as the Richmond Indaleni Skills Center Innovation Hub that will provide practical learning programs that focus on bridging the skills gap, promote the culture of innovation and entrepreneurship to the youth in the community, and further urge for its maintenance. This House therefore resolves to welcome this innovative leadership from the Minister and the ANC-led government for taking the lead to develop, empower, and enable young people to realize economic freedom in their lifetime. I shall so move.
Honorable LD Ngubane.
Somlomo, ngokuhlala kwelindlu okulandelayo egameni lika-African National Congress, ngizokuphakamisa kanjena. Le ndlu yakunaka ngoLwesithathu zi-3 kuNdasa ka-2023, i-World Health Organization igubhe usuku lomhlaba lokulalela ukuze iqwashise ngokungezwa futhi ikhuthaze ukunakekelwa nokuhlanzeka kwamadlebe. Ngenxa yokusebenzisa kakhulu ama-headphones, ama-earbud nomculo osezingeni eliphezulu, intsha yaKwaZulu-Natal liya ngokukhuphuka izinga lokuthi ivakashele ochwepheshe nongoti bezempilo. I-KZN Auditorial Implant Program ehola uhlelo lokufakelwa izinsizwa kuzwa yasungulwa uMnyango Wezempilo. Le ndlu inquma kanjena ukuphakamisa ukuncoma ungqongqoshe wezempilo umhlonishwa uSimelane kanye nomnyango ngokusiza iziguli ezindaweni zasemakhaya kanye nokudlulisela iziguli ebezidinga ukufakela izinsizwa kuzwa eNgelwezane esibhedlela nase-Inkosi Albert Luthuli Central Hospital. Ngiyakuphakamisa. Ngiyabonga.
The last member is Honorable MEC Zuma PM.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the next sitting, I shall move that the House notes the plight facing young people of the country, in particular our province, who remain unemployed, marginalized, with limited economic opportunities owing to the socio-economic structure imposed by the painful historical past. A nation that does not continuously take interest in its young, youthful population development is doomed in the context of global socio-economic ecosystem. Therefore, the House resolves that all KwaZulu-Natal government departments must develop and implement comprehensive youth development programs and ensure support, including adequate funding, to address the socio-economic challenges facing young people, precluding them from attaining sustainable livelihood. I so move, Honorable.
Thank you, honorable members. We have come to the end of the items that related to motions and member statements.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, honorable.
Madam Speaker, I think that one member has been omitted. The Honorable Hussein's name was also submitted.
Honorable?
Honorable Hussein.
Oh, you did mention Honorable Hussein?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I did.
No, you did not.
I did, Madam Speaker.
Oh, I did not capture all the members that you mentioned. I captured. Hence, when the 4 members, I said we are now finished with the member statements. But you can go ahead, Honorable Hussein, with your member statement in 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the last financial year, the Department of Transport spent 250 million rand to maintain our road verges and drainage systems. But wherever you travel in the province, the provincial road verges are in a terrible state and there is no proper maintenance being conducted. So where is the money going? The MEC, in his response to my transport debate, informed this House that his department is open and transparent and will provide me with the information of how the money was spent, who is benefiting, the list of 6,000 youth employed under this program, and whether the public is actually receiving value for money. The lack of forthcoming information and the silence on this issue from the MEC is very clear, which is very much similar to everything else he knows about his department, in that he has no idea how the money is spent or where the 6,000 youth employed actually exist. I want to remind the MEC that soon the call from the AG to investigate this matter will be knocking on his door. Thank you. I am finishing my statement.
Honorable Hussein, what are you doing when the time has expired? You can't do that. You can't do that, ma'am, please. Member of the executive.
No, thank you, Speaker. I think the honorable member is part of the portfolio committee and we presented a detailed report. But I understand that he don't want us to employ young people in this province. This government have employed 6,000 young people and they are allocated across the province and will continue to employ those young people because we are a caring government. We've provided a report and we can still provide that report to you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much. I think.
We're now moving to the next item, but I will appeal. I will appeal, Honorable Kaluza, that when the Works Forum is considering next time, so that you just set separate time for member statements and separate time for motions. It saves us time to coordinate and prepares members of the executive. It's just an appeal, and understanding that member statements need you to respond, whilst motions prepare you to debate. It may rob members an opportunity to prepare to receive. Other parties opted to bigisha, but they have a right to bigisha, but for member statements, I really believe that it empowers members. But on the positive side, Honorable Kwaluza, the guest from St. Francis got to hear both motions and member statements, and they will go back better equipped to understand the difference. Thank you, Whips Forum. Now, we will go to the second order, which is questions to the Premier, which will be dealt with in terms of Rule 120. And the first question that we are having is the question by Honorable V.F. Tabisa. Honorable Tabisa? No. I believe that Honorable Tabisa is on the virtual platform, but the Premier will go on and respond. Honorable Tabisa, I believe you are, if you are there, Honorable Tabisa, you will be. The reason I was checking is because he's supposed to be the first one to have an opportunity for a supplementary question. Okay. No. The reason I was calling Honorable Tabisa, I want a member that has a question to understand that they will be given the first opportunity for the supplementary question. Now I can give any member now. It's the discretion of this side of the House. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question by the Honorable Member relates to the floods in KwaZulu-Natal. The first answer in the response is that it should be noted and emphasized that the disaster intervention measures do not come from a single source of funding. Post-disaster intervention measures can be funded as follows. One funding area is the existing arrangements of budgets, insurance grants as per the PFMA and the MFMA, and other grants that could be used in the intervention in case of disasters. The second funding area that is there is the reallocation of funding from the existing municipal funds as well as the sectoral and Section 19 of the DORA Act. The other form of funding for disasters comes from the emergency housing grants within the human settlement. Others comes from the disaster response grants within the NDMC, which is the National Disaster Management Center. The underfunding grant comes from the budget adjustment process for reconstruction and rehabilitation funding where disasters have occurred. So since the occurrence of the April 2022 floods, the national government has been working closely with the province to facilitate adequate provision of that is required for financial resources. The National Treasury approved the following allocations: the reallocation of 42 million from the MIG allocation to municipalities, the payment schedule for the Human Settlement Development Grant and Informal Settlement Upgrade Grant, which was 733 million, as well as the SIUPG grant, which was 89 million, a total amount of 2,910,8,955,000 from the Department of Transport. Between June and September 2022, the National Treasury, through the National Disaster Management Center, approved and transferred a total of 645,798,999.82 to deal with the emergency repairs to the critical infrastructure that was damaged in province. In March 2023, the National Treasury further allocated 2,964,444,601.2 from the Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant, also known as the Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Grant, which amount was further transferred to the province, to municipalities, to do the permanent repairs as well as rehabilitation of the affected infrastructure. So if you see the infrastructure in municipality not being repaired, you must know that this amount of money was allocated by the national government already, and the municipalities might have done something with the money. Also, the total, the National Treasury has also committed and approved further 7 billion from various sources to grant of KZN province to deal with the damages from the April 2022. The allocated amounts were based on vigorous verification of costs of damages as reported. In other instances, municipalities in particular were required to claim from their insurance as well as other grant funding framework, and do not allowed to, in case that was not allowed in terms of the funding of the insurance infrastructure. The second question from the honorable member was asking how was this money utilized? No,
I will remind them. You are responding in terms of Rule 121.2. Rule 121.2 says that you have 5 minutes, but at the expiry of the 5 minutes, if the presiding officer so sees fit, can extend you by 2 minutes. The presiding officer has not stopped you. Continue, Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The last question from the honorable member related to my apology now, I can distract. Sorry, Speaker. PQ1. The last question, Honorable Speaker, from the Honorable Hlabisa related to how the province how far has it gone in utilizing the amount. We want to say that KwaDukuza and eThekwini municipality are standing at 35% and 56% respectively, and in other municipalities are currently busy with the implementation of the permanent repairs of the rehabilitation of the April disasters. Thanks.
Honorable members, the questions you ask in terms of Rule 120, when the Premier responds, she has 5 minutes to respond to your question. 2 supplementary questions with your member that has asked a question being given the priority. Now, the Premier must finish her response in 5 minutes. But if the Premier has not finished in 5 minutes, 1-2-1-2 says, depending on the gravity, according to the determination of the presiding officer, can add 2. The issue of the disaster prompted national government to intervene and declare a disaster. Surely, the presiding officer, if she is fine upstairs, cannot stop the Premier until she has exhausted the 2 minutes. That is the basis for that, because we think the presiding officer is not sick. Now, are there any supplementary questions, honorable members? 2 supplementary questions will be allowed.
Honorable Speaker.
Okay, I note, Honorable Kwala, you will be coming. And remember that a supplementary question must not consist of more than 1 question. You are now given an opportunity. There is 1 supplementary question that is coming from Honorable Kwala. There is no other. Uphakamisa njengasesikolweni kuthisha omkhulu wapha kwesasikolo. Honorable Kwala, followed by Honorable Kaula.
Honorable Speaker, the follow-up question is to check with the Honorable Premier whether those flood victims who were located to KwaZulu-Natal, how long they will be kept there before getting decent housing. That is the question I'm asking. Thanks.
Honorable Premier, you want to take them together so that we just give you the 4 minutes. Honorable Kaula.
Ijumeza somlomo ngiyathokoza somlomo. Cha somlomo ngifisa ukuzwa kumhlonishwa uNdunankulu ukuthi ngoba inhlekelele isibe nomkhubo ukuthi iphinde idale ezinye inhlekelele lapha eNanda kunowesifazane owangena ngemoto emgaqweni owawungamakiwe ukuthi awukho, ukuthi iluphi uhlelo lwenziwa uhulumeni ukuze kungaphinde kudaleke ezinye inhlekelele njengalesi phinde saba nayo eNanda kule ndawo ekungahambeki kuzona njengakhona lapha eNanda. Ngiyathokoza.
Premier, thank you. There are 2 questions that she's taking simultaneously, and each question has got 2 minutes. Honorable Premier, you've got 4 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first question, there are no flood victims that are in the so-called Olindela for the floods that we are talking about, Honorable Speaker. So I think there would not be any answer because there are no flood victims in Olindela. The one related to the lady that unfortunately passed on the car, I wish to say to Honorable Member, there were barriers that were put in that particular road. And on the day of the incident, the one part of the barrier had been removed because the contractor had already started to work on site. And and even though that part was removed, there was a pile of what you call it there, the tar that was there on the side where the contractor had already put tar when he was ready to start with the construction. And unfortunately, the lady at hand did not know that he should not even go past even the tar that was in the pile there. There are pictures that are there that point to all that particular incident. Yes, as the incident was as unfortunate as it was, the government did support the family fully, because the family, it was discovered that it was an indigent family, and the government was able to assist with the funeral, as well as all support that needed to be given to the family to give the lady at hand a decent a funeral and a decent closure to the family. Thank you.
On a point of order, there's someone who has an electronic gadget called a cellular phone or mobile phone that is ringing. Whether you are on the gallery or here, you cannot have a gadget that might disturb the house. I am told that it's somewhere in this house. If it is a member, then unomeme ufanele abanjelwe intwana encane yakhe ngomhla ka-15. The next question is from Honorable MP Kwala. Honorable MP Kwala, you will have, if you have, if you have. The next question, Honorable Premier, is from Honorable MP Kwala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question from Honorable Kwala relates to the roads. What steps are being taken to correct the wrong, as the Honorable Kwala is saying. The response is that the roads in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, indeed, as well as the bridges, were damaged, as others as they remain under construction for many years. Some gravel roads also needing blacktop, and some instances schools and communities subjected to crossing in rivers in falling bridges. The department has developed an annual performance plan that is aimed at improving the lives of our people through the safe transportation system, which enables the development and investment in our province. The objective of Program 2, which is transport infrastructure, is to have an efficient, effective, and sustainable transport infrastructure network and assets to respond to the transport demand. We've then provided, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, we provide a detailed report of about estimated 183 kilometers of road that is being upgraded, and 1,600 kilometers, number of kilometers of gravel road that is being re-gravelled. There are 2 pedestrian bridges that have been constructed, and there are others that are in this year's financial year. Number of square meters of blacktop patching, it's 500,000 square meters in there. The Honourable Member also asked about the number of bridges. We then indicate that there is a bridge in Emakhabeleni Mvoti that is in 11%. Emakhabeleni again, KwaGcothoyi, elokuqala iseMandlalathini, Emandlalathi, elokuqala eMakhabeleni. Elesibili KwaGcothoyi, i-vehicular bridge there. Equleni, i-vehicle bridge eMkhambathini. Esigodini, Kangwe Kazana River, nakhona it's a vehicular bridge, which is a big bridge. Hanley Dam, a vehicle bridge, eNimsunduzi, KwaNyoni, eBaqolusini, nakhona futhi kwakhiwe bridge, KwaKukhula, kwakukhula ebaqulusini nakhona khona ibridge elakhiwayo kwaGumundu kwaGumbu kwaNgumbu, honorable member, ebaqulusini nakhona futhi kwakhiwa ibridge Emanyine nakhona kwaNongoma liyakhiwa ibridge endaweni ebizwa ngokuthi umgaqo B319. Elinye ibridge futhi likhona kwaNongoma elakhiwayo awu2 kule ndawo ama-bridge akhiwa awu3 esewonke ama-bridge akhiwayo kwaNongoma. Emfolozi emnyama pedestrian bridge nakhona liyakhiwa ebaqulusini. Endwedwe ayakhiwa ama-bridge awu4 Endwedwe. eThekwini awu3 ama-bridge awakhiwayo. Empendle linye ibridge elakhiwayo. Emvoti awu2 ama-bridge ey'moto ney'nyawo akhiwayo futhi aseyaqedwa-ke lokuqala elapha kwaNompethu. KwaNongoma Ombimbini nakhona ibridge labahamba ngey'nyawo. Elinye Osuthu ibridge labey'moto nabahamba ngey'nyawo nakhona lu-15% ke leliya. Emdloti Ogunjini ibridge ley'moto. Endwedwe nalo futhi liyakhiwa. Kwi-second adjustment ya-financial year kukhona ke amanye ama-bridge aplanelwe, but also the Ministers' Committee on Budget on the second adjustment further provided and approved the amendment that were contained in the allocation ezosiza ngo-200 million ukuthi kuphinde kuqalwe omunye umsebenzi wokulungisa imigaqo nama-bridge. Siyabonga.
Honorable members, any follow-up? Okay, there's only one follow-up, Honorable Gwala.
Honorable Speaker, the follow-up question to the Honorable Excellency, the Premier, what mechanism are in place to make sure that no money will be surrendered back to Treasury in 2023-2024 financial year?
There's just one follow-up question, Honorable Premier. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first mechanism that has been put in place is that there is now a panel of construction and engineers within the department to ensure that the work is speeded up. The second mechanism that is there is that the work of the bridges that are going to be done now and the roads has already been done in the prior year. So already as we talk, you had the MEC talking earlier on the motion yake, already in those financial year, i-department seyiqalile ukwakha imigaqo nama-bridge ezokwenza ukuthi ingabi khona imali esalayo. Siyabonga.
The next question is by Honorable MP Kaula. You will have the first opportunity if you do. Honorable Premier. Ukulena yokudla Premier. Honorable Premier,
sorry. Yes, ngiyakholisa, Speaker. The answer to the honorable member is that he wants to know about, he wants a clarity on the feeding and on the April opening of the schools. Pasina Retail, the service provider that was appointed after the tender process was developed and executed, and this company was to provide full on the economies of scale. And this was also to allow the department to maximize its money so that bakwazi ukustretcha irandi elkhona. In the week prior to the school's opening, the service provider assured the department that all was in track, even including bringing ama suppliers abo and also taking the department to ama warehouses to show ukuthi they were ready. However, when the schools opened, there was non-delivery of some items in some schools. There was a shortage in deliveries in other schools. There was also non-compliant food items in other schools. There were also other people that did not get their deliveries because of the long distances, as well as the non-supply of gas. Now, what has been done again is that the Pasina service provider, after having the department having looked at this, the department discovered that there was a breach of the contract by the Pasina Retail. And within 7 days, the department wrote to Pasina asking them to provide answers within 7 days why the contract should not be terminated. Pasina then forwarded an email on the 26th notifying the department of its withdrawal. The department, in its process of seeking legal advice, is working with the state law advisor now to finalize this matter of Pasina with the intention of terminating the contract and looking at all the other legal matters. The department also informed all the 1,746 individual service providers to procure themselves the food items, and the cabinet also dispatched MECs on the 2nd of May. All MECs, HODs, all the senior managers of the Department of Education and the MEC of Education went to all the schools to monitor that on the second week everything was in order. And we are glad to say that we discovered that everything was in order except for 1 or 2, and it was addressed at site whenever there were problems that were found during those visits. Thank you.
Any follow-up, honorable members? Okay, Honorable Kaula, you'll go first.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thanks, Honorable Premier, for your response. There is this confusion, Honorable Premier, in respect of whether it was terminated or it was a withdrawal, but I'm not there yet. What I would like to know is when this delivery took place, in some instances, there was no delivery at all to schools. In some instances, there was delivery of food that could not be utilized. In some instances, there were shortages. Now, what I would like to know is whether it's a withdrawal or termination, how is your government going to ensure that government pays correctly? Because when these people were delivering, there were no invoices that were left with schools. Nothing, there's no record, nothing. Now, how are you going to ensure that whatever is paid that was utilized is paid properly and correctly in terms of what has been used by the schools? Thank you.
Honorable members, I can see when the one question is built in 3 questions. And I will not accept that. Honorable Kaula, rise and ask one follow-up question to the Premier, not the 3 follow-up questions you have just asked. Ask one follow-up question. Premier, he is yet to ask you one follow-up question, not the 3 questions he has just asked you. One follow-up, Honorable Kaula. Go to the question, Bra. Oh, Honorable Member.
Ngiyathokoza somlomo, bengishilo somlomo uthi hayi bengidlula nje kuloko kunye. Ngila kuma payment. Ukuthi ngoba ezikoleni awekho ama record, ngiyabona umnika ithuba lokuthi acabange kulungile. Ngoba awekho ama record
Honorable Kaula, you have just cast an aspersion on the integrity of the presiding officer. Withdraw and apologize.
I apologize, I withdraw.
Thank you. Ask your question.
What I would like to know, Honorable Premier, is how is government going to ensure that government pays properly and correctly? Because there were no records that were.
Thank you, Honorable Kika. Your one question.
Madam Speaker, the HOD of the department stated in a document presented to the Portfolio Committee that procurement was only stopped through PASINA after the ANC had pronounced that it would intervene in the matter. So the question would be regarding clarity whether the 1,765 suppliers would be supplying or PASINA is continuing to supply. We want that absolute clarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those are the two questions, Honorable Premier. How will you, as government, determine the payments? Number two, those service providers, when will you start their payment? Yes, the 1,700 or 600, I don't know. He knows the number. He sits in the portfolio committee. I appreciate a member who knows what is said in their portfolio committee. Go to that questions. Those are the two questions. 4 minutes that you have, Premier, to respond to those two supplementary questions. You are welcome to the House, Honorable Ngubane, the whip of the economic freedom fighters. I'm seeing you for the first time since the State of the Province address.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The matter of termination or no termination, I did indicate that the department is presently working on that matter with the state law advisor, together with the Treasury, as well as Office of the Premier.
No, Honorable Premier, you're going back to his three questions that I said discard them. His question is about how will you determine the payment, because he alleges that there were no invoices. That's his allegation. How will you determine the amounts to be paid? He asked that question when he was asking three questions. When he had to abandon two questions, he was left with the one about how do you determine the amount to be paid to service provider when there were no
service
invoices.
Providers or PASINA?
PASINA or whoever, but I will call them service provider. I don't know businesses from this side. He says, how will you determine? He alleges there were no invoices. How will you determine how much you pay?
Well, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, wherever the deliveries were happening, government officials were there. That's why you would even hear from the schools that this has come, this has not come, and this was delivered and this was not delivered. But over and above that, the department is now doing audits to establish as to what it is that eventually was delivered by who, so that they can know who is to be paid for what. The second one
is, when does the payment of the supplementary, I so believe, service providers start? That is what you were asking. Or you're
saying no.
What is it that you're asking? Because you are having two questions built in one. We want you to have one question. Ask what you are asking.
No, it was only one question, Madam Speaker.
No. I said I have the ability.
Yes, I know.
Go to your one question, sir.
So I had a preamble to the question, which was...
Go to your question, Honorable Member. Straight to the question. No preamble, nothing.
Okay, so the specific clarity that we require is, whilst the legal opinion is being obtained, who continues to supply?
The issue of legal opinion is new. You are bringing a new issue. You did not speak about legal opinion, Honorable Member. You asked about payment. Go to the issue of payment of 1,700, whoever.
It was about supply. Who is now supplying? Is it still PASINA or the 1,765 suppliers?
It's the 1,700 and 1,746 suppliers right now.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, argue these things in the portfolio committee.
Yeah.
When you have more than one area that you want to cover, submit a parliamentary question yourself. Because when you submit it, you are not restricted to this one supplementary question. You can, you can be like, Honorable Khawula, Honorable Kika, uzibuze zonke into ofuna uzibuza, including your preamble. That is a question. Honorable Premier, the next question is from Honorable Rab that relates to matters zasendlunkulu. That is question number 4.
Apology, Speaker. I was following the order in which they came. Number 4 of 23. Yes. What plan about the issues of monarchy? The first one, Honourable Speaker, and the Honourable Member know because this was discussed at length at the Portfolio Committee. The Trust had previously developed the fundraising plan. However, as honourable members know, this plan did not materialize because it didn't have sound implementation plan and realistic targets. As such, it was unimplementable. What we have done to remedy that, we are in the process of ensuring that there is a proper board in place, which will be able to have proper performance management to the staff that works on the matters of the trust. The Office of the Premier subsequently also started a process of using the Act to rectify the shortcomings that have been, experienced in the past year. In the quarterly review of the performance that we are looking at now, a turnaround plan has been, put in place to ensure that these matters are corrected. But also there are consequence management that are being put in place for non-performance on other areas by the staff. The commercial issues. Currently, there is no commercial farming strategy plan for commercialization of farming. The commercial farming strategy is premised on the wrong assumption that the king owned farmland that could be turned into commercial farming. So I think it's correct. It's proper that when we come up with a term such as commercial farming, we should know whether there is a commercial farm to start with, or there is a plan of owning a farmland by the king. The third and the last question, what is projected revenue? We cannot have a breakdown of any projected revenue at the moment, honourable members, because as we said, we can't say whether the king is going to have farmland that he would then make a commercial, but also the fundraising plans must be based on what the king himself would like to see happening, not what the department wants to see. We are, however, engaging the king on these matters so that we can then do what the king also would like to see happening instead of government going alone. Thank you.
Honorable Premier, are there any follow-up questions? Okay, I will give you Honorable Rabe and followed by Honorable Leader of the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. In our committee meeting on the 2nd of May, the Zulu Royal Household Trust reported that a substantial amount of money had been spent on fundraising initiatives. However, nothing was reported on the outcome thereof. Please explain why money is being spent with no return on investment as you have just explained.
You captured, Premier. Honorable Rogers.
My question to the Premier in this regard is the commercialization, the agricultural commercialization. This House had resolved in its portfolio committee when I served on Premier and in finance, and this is in the last term, that a commercialization program was to be undertaken to assist in funding the royal household costs. My question is there a plan in place to commercialize the land that the royal household currently occupies for an agricultural economy? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Premier, you will have 4 minutes to respond to both questions simultaneously.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. The money that is being spent by the Trust has been to maintain, first of all, the assets and everything that is there that was put under the Trust. Remember that the reason of establishing the Trust in the first place was that there were other expenditures that would not be possible if you were to follow all the PFMA and all other things. For instance, honorable members that had visited the palaces before saw the problems, and some of these problems have to be dealt with. That is why then there was a separation of the work. One that would look at the Trust, and Trust would then be responsible for all that is happening there. That is those are the amounts of monies that have been spent there, honorable member. On the commercialization that honorable member is talking about, as I indicate, honorable member, we at the moment we do not know whether there is anything to commercialize. There has to be something to commercialize, then you commercialize. So my answer is we do not know whether there's anything to commercialize at the moment. Let's get something, and then once we've seen that this thing can be commercialized, we can then engage with the royal or the king himself, and then commercialize whatever that needs to be commercialized. Understand, honorable member, that there are other matters that are now subject of the estate. So there is that complex as well on those matters. So it's not as easy as members maybe in the previous committees would have dealt with the matters. There has been this transition. Also, there has been this estate matters that now needs to be considered when you're dealing with those matters. Thank you.
We're going to question number 5. It's also still from Honorable Rep.
Right. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. This relates to the Youth Fund. The response is that there is terms of reference and an investment committee or team that was appointed, which operates under the supervision of the KwaZulu-Natal Growth Fund Trust. The committee does the screening of applications, and upon their receipt, and it forms part of the activities of the investment committee of the growth fund. On the second response, how this is evaluated, the terms of reference provides that approvals that are granted by the evaluation committee, which consists of the Chief Director Youth, the Chief Director of ETIA under Youth, the Chief Investment Officer of KZN Growth Fund, the Director Supply Chain Management from the Provincial Treasury. This is the team that looks at how are these proposal granted funding, and they also then communicate with the successful applicant. The last one about the criteria that is used in awarding. Again, the project must have a profit motive, have in principle a principal place of business operation in KZN or where the KZN Youth Grant is being applied for. They must also have revenue that must be generated in that project, which exclude goods for export. The other criteria is that they need to incorporate either as a limited liability company or as a closed corporation company for them to be qualifying. Also have minimum of 51% share of that company owned by youth, particularly from young people with white, disadvantaged youth, women, disabled, all of them qualify, but they must have 51% of ownership. They must also be able to employ the KZN youth in that project on a full-time basis, so that again is still talk to the youth commitments. The ownership must demonstrate the commitment for the business to form the part of the operationalization, assets, cash to the extent that the business is viable. The majority of shareholders must be between the ages of 18 and 35, must also be an existing business owner. That is part of the criteria. The requirement for funding must be between 50,000 and 2 million and must also have the relevant management experience and expertise with the ability of managing business and also willing to be developed with skills once granted the funding.
Are there any follow-up questions? Manje nisukuma nobabini kuwona wonke ama-question. Okay, I will give you Honorable Rep to go first, followed by Honorable Rogers.
Thank you, Speaker. What guidance does ETIA and or the Office of the Premier provide to applicants to actually be successful in the application process, so that we don't have a repeat of only 3 successful applications again? Thank you.
Honorable Rogers.
Thank you, Speaker. So my follow-up question is quite simple. Of the 100 million that's currently been allocated, how much of that has been spent? And how many beneficiaries are there in that expenditure?
Honorable Rogers, choose one side. You can't choose how much and how many beneficiaries. One supplementary question.
How many beneficiaries have benefited out of the current allocation?
Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. The guidance, as I indicated to honorable members, is through the investment committee. The investment committee, which comprises of Treasury, Growth Fund, ETIA, OTP, as well as the supply chain from Treasury, are the guiding committee on the applicants. Or how the applicants are being guided to ensure that they do the proper applications. We have a youth directorate with the youth vehicles that are 10 vehicles that goes to every district every day to assist the youth to put their applications online, but also to talk to them and teach them how applications are done. Also, on all our outreach program as government, we do always have this assistant, and we even announce that youth that want to apply, they must go to those cars, they get assisted. Even in registering on the government database, they also get assisted in registering in government database. How many there are no we can't quantify at the moment because the process, the amount has just been allocated in this financial year that was approved by this legislature a month ago.
Premier, we're now going to the final question. Still from Honorable Ira. Question number 6.
Oh, which one it is? Forensics, okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. This one relates to the Forensics Department. We wish to place on record that when this unit was transferred to the OTP, they had quite a huge backlog of cases that were there. What has been done since then is that currently there are 11 funded vacant posts within this unit, which are now in the process of being filled. The shortlisting for the following posts were done on the 19th of April. Chief Corporate Investigator, 2 posts, Senior Corporate Investigator, 2 posts, Information Administration, 1 post. Shortlisting for the following post was held again, the Corporate Investigator, 6 posts, and the interviews are scheduled were scheduled for last month and also for this month. On the next one, the time frame. The investigation framework for the Forensic Investigation Unit is currently being drafted because when the unit was transferred, there was no framework for investigation. To this effect, a memo was drafted to Cabinet so that the Cabinet can also be appraised of the new framework for investigations. The last one is the framework currently in use, as we indicate that when the forensic investigation was transferred, it was merged with the Integrity Management Unit, which already housed the Anti-Fraud and Corruption Unit, to now form the Forensic Investigation and Integrity Directorate. The Forensic Investigation Unit has approved its forensic methodology. However, the framework, as we indicate, is still in place. The rationale for the framework on the provincial forensic investigation and integrity is to provide for the framework as to how forensic investigation services will function, how they will execute their mandate, how they receive and record all the allegations of fraud, whether those are internal or external, or they come from known sources or unknown sources. The framework will also include the way forward of all the investigation within the provincial departments and municipalities, as well as the public entities. So the forensic unit is focused on all the investigation. As honorable members will remember, it was as per the SIU that these matters should be streamlined, and that is the framework now that is being finalized.
Are there any follow-up questions, honorable members? Okay, there is going to be one follow-up question, Honorable Rogers.
Thank you, Speaker, and it's a very short question to the Premier. Currently, how many forensic investigations are being undertaken?
Thank you, Honorable Rogers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Unfortunately, I can't say offhand as to how many investigations are being done, because as the Honorable Member would understand that this needs a comprehensive audit that we get from the forensic units. So the forensic unit does report, but we don't have an up-to-date as to what they received yesterday and what they received the last month.
Honorable Premier, we will treat that question in terms of Rule 122. Now, we will now move, honorable members. I was referring to the rules because I had an exclamation, as if it's something that is outside normal. It's something that is not anticipated by the rules. The reason that you send the questions is so that the Premier prepares responses, so that the responses that are received are truthful and precise. Now, when they cannot respond on a matter, the rules provide. You know, the Rules Committee deals with these things, and the Convention of Parliaments had seen that you are working with people, not robots. So we will deal with the Premier with that question in the normal way that it is dealt with, the one that is standing over. Honorable Premier? You don't have to respond to a question that you are not ready for, especially it's a supplementary question.
No, Honorable Speaker, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I can mention what is to date. The only thing I was saying to Honorable Member, like whatever that might have been received in the last week, I would not know. But 14 investigations were finalized and the reports were issued by the department. 18 investigation cases are at the reporting stage right now. 9 cases are currently in progress, and these are regarded as priority matters. In total, there is 41 cases that were received up till to date.
Thank you. Then the question has been responded to. It will not stand over. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the questions that were on the question paper in terms of the rules, the questions that were directed to the Premier. Honorable Premier, we send our appreciation to you for the time that you have taken to diligently respond to the questions that were put forth, and also to the members that answered questions and your parties. Parliamentary questions are an important instrument of oversight, and I'm sure that Honorable Mavimbela stands there being proud that the oversight is being extended to this level. And we are, as an institution, continuing to deepen oversight. Honorable members, at the top there, we have acknowledged only the college Katogotela. I am also told that the guest that once came 2 weeks ago, when we were not having a sitting, are back. Another delegation from Umfolozi TVET that had promised to come back with the second delegation when we would be having a sitting is amongst us. You are welcome, young people of Umfolozi, and we appreciate that you could come when we are having a sitting of the provincial legislature. All of you that we see at the top, you must know that this house belongs to you at any given time, because you must lead this province. Honorable members, we will now move to the debate on the Interfaith Symposium of 2023. The chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Participation and Petitions is represented by Acting Chairperson Honorable MPP Zungu, who will come and present their report for 10 minutes. As Honorable Zungu is coming, I must apologize to parties, to whips that were writing to me saying that they have not received a report as early as over the weekend, but they eventually received it in the course of this week. We apologize, honorable members. But we also want to alert you that we will try we'll continue to endeavor to have you receiving the reports, but the least we can do is to stick to what is provided for in the rules. That says that at least a day prior to the actual debate taking place, because the issue of circulation of the reports is provided for in the rules of this House, that members must receive at least not less than a day before. So we apologize to all of you, honorable members. Honorable MPP Zungu, you have 10 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ngibonge somlomo, ngibingelele ivakashi zethu zonke ikhona namhlanje. Ngithobeke kundunankulu LOGB, honorable members of the executive, all the honorable members of the House, I greet you. Honorable members, the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal under the tutelage of Honorable Speaker Nontembeko Boyce has in the sixth administration transformed itself into a key and truly democratic, inclusive and accessible forum for public participation. As an organ of state responsible for lawmaking and oversight on provincial departments, does not only express the mandate of this institution, but has, in this administration, elevated its work to be instrumental for the government's ability to address social ills plaguing this province. The manner in which this legislature has brought a breath of life to sectoral parliament is commendable and is a subject for a very good story. This is why this legislature continues to pride itself in being one of the most, if not the most, engaged and impactful legislature. Honorable members, this report is therefore tabled before you in relation to the Interfaith Symposium, coordinated annually by the Standing Committee on Public Participation and Petitions, in order to comply with Section 108 of the Constitution, which mandates the legislature to promote public involvement through sector parliaments. The legislature is mandated to create platforms to engage with various sectors of the society with the aim of identifying issues that affect them. The interfaith sector has been identified as one of the most important sectors in promoting participatory democracy and advancing public participation. This sector was further identified for central role and influence in shaping society. In execution of this mandate, the planning team, together with interfaith leaders, conducted several meetings in preparation for the Interfaith Symposium, which took place between the 11th and the 12th of April 2023 in the Alfred Duma municipality under Otugela district at Ladysmith Indoor Sports Center, chaired by Honorable RZP Zulu, Chairperson of Triple P, under the theme, Developing Boys to be Leaders in the Fight Against Gender-Based Violence for the Restoration of Women's Dignity. The 10 participants of the Interfaith Symposium were drawn from all 11 districts, where the total number of the participants ended up being 110. The legislature thrives in ensuring that its public participation initiatives go far beyond focusing on one religion, which is Christianity. To achieve proper representation and diversity, the participants of the Interfaith Symposium were representative from all key religious groups in the province, namely Christianity, Indigenous faith like Nazareth Baptist Church, Rastafarians, Islam, Jewish faith, Hindu, and traditional faith. During this two-day period, the symposium deliberated under 4 commissions on issues affecting sector and society at large. It's worth mentioning that in light of the issues affecting the sector, provincial government has a role to play. Hence, the Office of the Premier also provided response on issues that emerged in the Interfaith Symposium of 2022, including the partnership with the interfaith sector in grooming the boys to be responsible leaders of KZN province, and ways in which faith-based organizations and leaders can help develop young boys to fight GBV through education, mentorship, community action, and building networks. Building from the inputs of the delegates, we resolved the fundamentals that characterize the engagement to produce the key resolution on which I'll briefly reflect. On KZN Legislature, noting that the English is medium of communication for the interfaith and the material is printed in English, it was resolved that the legislature must ensure that part of the symposium material is printed in indigenous language like isiZulu. On the office of the Premier, noting that some of the departments are not attending war rooms, which had been earmarked as instrumental for acceleration of government intervention. It was resolved that the OTP must ensure that the department are attending war rooms in all districts and the report be consolidated to this effect. Noting that the provincial government has programs aimed at nurturing young men and women, it was therefore resolved that the programs be inclusive of interfaith leaders to provide spiritual understanding and growth, that the joint summits for men and women be held to better understanding of social challenges faced by men and women. Noting the higher rate of teenage pregnancy in the province, it was resolved that the OTP, which is the Office of the Premier, Department of Health, and the Department of Social Development must localize their program and use schools and communities to drive awareness campaigns. Honorable members, we are pragmatic in our resolve to combat and subsequently end GBV and femicide in KwaZulu-Natal. We appeal to the government departments to expedite the delivery of all the commitments and plans to ensure the safety and security of our women and empowering of our boys as a responsible citizens of this world. Ngiyabonga, ngiyabulela, enkosi somlomo. Thank you.
Sibonge Manzeni. Sesizothola isikhulumi sethu sokuqala esiqhamuka uKhongolose. Mama Hlonishwa Eliwe owamaZopha ozalwa kwaMzimela.
Honorable Speaker, members of the executive and honorable members present, our guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, for the opportunity to partake in the debate of deliberations and resolutions by the Interfaith Symposium. This work and everything dwells very closely in my heart and is the kind of work that has personally shaped my life for the better and instilled values that have helped me and many to navigate and serve as guide throughout the storms of life. This is the case for all who understand the significant role played by the interfaith organizations in moral regeneration across society. We appreciate this year's theme, developing boys to be the leaders in the fight against gender-based violence for the restoration of women's dignity. As we battle with gender-based violence and focus all our commitment, resource, and all might in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, this theme underpins our convictions that educating the male child is the foremost important thing to do in making women feel safe in the society, at home, in schools, and in the communities, and even in the relationships. This, however, cannot begin in the adulthood, but begins by creating a warm and assuring environment for our male children where they will not have the desire or need to prove their manlyhood through violence and through preying upon the weak, but where protecting, respecting, and caring for women is an important trait of manhood. The theme and spirit of Symposium was a rejection of harmful ideas of masculinity, which include sexual objectification of women, lack of emotion and dominance, isiZulu ke sithi inkunzi isematholeni, okusho ukuthi uma sifisa ukuvikela abesifazane bethu sifune bazizwe bephephile futhi babuyelwe isithunzi sabo emphakathini, simele ukuthi siqale ngokufundisa umntwana wesilisa ngokuthi uyini umuntu wesifazane futhi kulindelekeni kuye njengendoda nomholi wakusasa. Siphinde sibeke kahle isiZulu sithi lugotshwa lusemanzi, okuchaza khona ukuthi ithuba lokuhlumeleliswa kwezimilo kumele kuqale ezinsizweni ezisakhula. Simele ukubuyela emasisweni, sikhumbule imvelaphi yethu njengabantu. Njengama-Afrika saziwa kakhulu ngokuthi siyakholwa nabamesabayo uNkulunkulu nezimiso zakhe. Ngakho-ke simelwe ukuba sikhumbule indima ebalulekile edlalwa yibandla ekuhlumeleliseni kwezimilo zabantu emphakathini wonkana. Njengokhongolose siyazigqaja ngomlando nobudlelwane esinabo nebandla nabaholi bonke bezenkolo ekulekeleleni ukuba silwe nazo zonke izinkinga ezikhungethe imiphakathi yethu. Ngakho-ke sizimisele siwuhulumeni ka-African National Congress ukuqhubeka sisebenzise lobu budlelwane ekulweni nalesi simo esibhekene naso se-gender-based violence. As the African National Congress, we have taken it upon ourselves to mobilize faith-based organization and engage our partners in the religious sector to join in the fight against gender-based violence by developing and educating boys to be leaders in the fight against violence aimed at women. Honorable members, the African National Congress has always prioritized engagement with the faith-based organization and communities because its own historical existence, formation and vision is rooted in the religious sector and its values. The ANC, throughout its 111 years of existence, has had a long history of association with the church and a variety of faith-based organizations. The founding fathers of our movement and subsequent freedom fighters were men and women of the cloth, clergymen and women of godly standing, both in the society and within the organization. These men and women model the kind of statue that we want restored in the lives of young men of today. The relations between the ANC and the church have not even become stronger in the uniting people across all religious divides and faiths, having been instrumental inspiring people to aim for freedom. The relationship can be traced back to the 1870s when the Ethiopian church movement was formed following the expansive land dispossession of Africans. These men and women of the cloth sought to liberate themselves from the repressive colonial fetters of missionaries by establishing African independent churches to be the disdain of the colonial administration. The leaders of this religious movement will go on to establish various native congresses in terms of the 20th century, including charting the way to the formation of the South African Native Congress in 1912. The founders of the Congress movement also received spiritual support and guidance from the Zionist and Apostolic churches in the beginning of the 20th century. We still remember and feel it is important to remind ourselves and this honorable House about the founding president of the African National Congress, Dr. Dube, was a priest and a self-confessed Ethiopian Christian. Reverend Henry Reed Taiya, the first chaplain general of the African National Congress, and Mama Charlotte Matlege, a lay preacher in the African Methodist Church, were not only the founding members of the ANC, but attended the meeting where the ANC was formed, where after a song was sung that Lizalise izinga lakho Thixo wenyaniso. The current ANC anthem, which is Nkosi Sigelela, is a prayer and shared by many states in SADC, was composed by Reverend Theo Soga. With this history, we affirm once again that the history shared by the ANC and the religious sector cannot be denied nor doubted. This is why, upon assuming power, one of the four most immediate rights the ANC assured its citizens in Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights in our new constitution. Yes. Honorable Chair, we support the report that has been presented. Thank you, as African National Congress.
The next speaker is from the IFP, Honorable O.P. Tinene.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, and Honorable members of this House. First of all, we wish to record our concern as the Honorable Speaker has alluded to the fact that the documents took longer to arrive to members. Clearly, this situation is not acceptable, taking into account that the Whips Forum approved of the items to be debated today long ago. I hope that this situation will be corrected going forward so that it does not happen again. Having said so, I thank the Honorable Speaker for the interventions she made in ensuring that the documents for this sitting are sent to honorable members. But I also noted what she said in terms of the rules, that the rules stipulate that the documentation must be submitted at least a day before. Clearly, we need to revisit that clause in the rules so that we are able to get documents which allows us enough time to do the necessary research and prepare for the deliberations or debates of this House. The IFP appreciates that this legislature convened the Interfaith Symposium, whose report you are debating today. We were born in a society characterized by good morals, virtues, good standards, and culture. Suddenly, something is lost in humanity. What is that? Morality. The interfaith leaders need to teach, rebuke, and lead by example on morality. They are the conscience of our nation in this regard. The interfaith community play an important part in the regeneration of our moral values and the implementation of government's programs. Crime is high in KwaZulu-Natal, as we have seen many mass killings. On numerous occasions, the IFP has emphasized that we need to have a clear understanding of the trend of the killings, the locations and the hotspots and the causes. The increased availability of weapons has helped drive rising insecurity and crime in KwaZulu-Natal, where guns are commonly used to commit a range of crimes. The IFP believes that if we have an under-resourced and dilapidated police stations in KwaZulu-Natal, it will be impossible to win the war against crime and keep citizens safe. During an oversight visit last year by honorable members of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature as part of the police stations functionality monitoring program, the shocking state of our police stations was revealed. without addressing all the challenges facing police stations and the issue of incompetence on the part of the Crime Intelligence Unit, we will not win the fight against crime. The interfaith community teaches values of caring and sharing and promotes moral values. They should use their sermons to create awareness about social ills and speak against the lack of service delivery. The IFP is concerned about gender-based violence. Interfaith leaders must play a key role in shifting from discriminatory and violent gender norms and practices that condone gender injustice to positive norms that uphold equal rights without gender-based violence. They can also play an important role in promoting gender justice in communities and within faith institutions. The IFP supports the call that COGTA must ensure that interfaith desks are established in all municipalities and that it should strengthen its oversight in municipalities with regard to GBV and ensure that all perpetrators are brought to book. Gender-based violence issues should be openly discussed. Human dignity must be above any religious and cultural realm. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is of great concern that some of the provincial departments are not taking seriously the importance of war rooms, as it has been stated in the report that they are not attending war rooms. The war rooms program is important as it remains a vehicle to facilitate quick response to service delivery needs by profiling households in a ward and the level of service delivery per household. We urge the Office of the Premier to take action against those departments that are not attending war rooms. The IFP is concerned about the conduct of the Department of Transport, which continues to treat the interfaith sector with contempt. I'll come back. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And now moving to the Speaker of the DA. Honorable Speaker.
How are you, Deputy Speaker? Are you all right?
Hmm?
Are you all right?
I'll be all right.
Nice to see you. Not, I didn't start. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I greet everyone with the international greeting of peace. The Holy Quran teaches us, and from among you there must be a party who invite people to all that is good and enjoin the doing of all that is right and forbid the doing of all that is wrong. It is they who will attain true success. In other words, this injunction fosters interreligious dialogue, goodness, including cooperation, understanding, respect, and unity amongst the people of different religions and cultures. And this, honorable members, is what we all believe in, irrespective of our creed. Now, politically speaking, the Taliban claim to enjoin what is good and forbid what is evil. And the Taliban faction of the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal is not the party that enjoins good and forbids what is evil. Little wonder that the Honorable KK had to be appointed by an instruction of the National Working Committee, and well done to him. Honorable members, the crisis that humankind faces are so many, and in so many instances, so massive that it calls for gathering together of not only our resources, but also our spiritualities. It is only reasonable to think that there are better chances that justice.
Can we allow Honorable?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise on Rule 57(1)(a) on a point of order. The Honorable Speaker, for a number of occasions, have been insinuating around the issue of a Taliban faction in the ANC. It's okay when he makes that insinuation outside of this platform, but if he's going to formalize it, it's grossly out of order. As the African National Congress, we do not know what is a Taliban. We do not associate with the faction that is called Taliban, and there is no representative of a Taliban in this particular house, Chairperson. He must really withdraw, and he's out of order.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes,
Can you
yes.
name telephone?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, you want me to withdraw a fact of their campaign. They used it during the campaign and you want me to withdraw it now. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, I think it's better to withdraw it.
But they used it during the campaign. They call themselves
withdraw it and then you talk outside.
The ANC, Chair.
It's in the house here. We cannot
yes, the honorable members.
Anything on the public discourse.
You want me to withdraw a factual point?
To withdraw it.
Okay. I withdraw it. The crisis that humankind faces are so many and in many instances so massive that it calls for a gathering together of not only resources but also our spiritualities. It is only reasonable to think that there are better chances that justice, peace, overcoming poverty and unemployment, and enhancing social cohesion amongst the myriad of matters that face society will become more real as solutions through interfaith collaboration and harmony as an important instrument. Freedom, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is not a favor from government. It is a right. The freedoms intended by the framers of our constitution were hard-won and were won for all of us. Throughout history, the responsible exercise of freedom has only been true engine of successful progress. The South African people must therefore have the maximum amount of individual freedom consistent with our law. This includes the freedom to earn a living and accumulate wealth in a way of our choosing, live where we want, love who we want, say what we believe, develop our talents, and pursue our dreams. And in saying this, importantly, to worship as we want, again, consistent with the maximum freedoms accorded in law. We must know and understand that there should never be a compulsion in religion. So much like multilateralism where it works, pluralistic societies committed to university and diversity will succeed to ensure that our generations and those to come are poised for success. But for us to recognize our diversity, even in our faith, we must recognize, commit to, and unwaveringly accept the following. Number one, that South Africa is a richly diverse society. Though our people come from different origins and different paths and worship differently, we are all unique individuals. Diversity is one of South Africa's greatest assets. As the DA does, so should all South Africans celebrate diversity and recognize the right of each individual to be who they want and be free from domination from others. We solemnly subscribe as the Democratic Alliance to the preamble of the Constitution, which recognizes the injustices of the past and affirm that South Africa belongs to all in it, united in our diversity. We will continue to take active steps to promote and advance diversity in our own ranks, but we will involve a whole of society approach to ensure that everyone is taken on this journey. Mr. Speaker, the reality is if I want my rights, then everybody else must also have the equal right to access theirs. Honorable members, as an aside, it is precisely for these reasons that we reject racial quotas which only deepen divisions. Perhaps that is the reason why Mtolo has been told not to be that faction's election chief by the NWC. Mr. Speaker, members of this House visited Finland last year. On information from the World Gallup poll, Finland is ranked amongst the happiest countries in the world. We rank at 89. If the members paid careful attention to what was being said there, they have no natural resources. Someone even joked that you can't consider snow as a natural resource because at times we obviously know it melts. But the Finns have early on realized that their best and only asset are their people. The officials admitted to us occasion upon occasion that they have invested in their people first from the get-go of the independence. The education system was transformed based solely on trust, such that it produced citizens able to contribute maximally to what they have, a capable, ethical, caring, and ultimately and importantly, a happier state, the happiest one that there is. We have learners who cannot read for meaning, annually added to the list of the unemployed. It has to start from the bottom, and this is the point I'm trying to make. I mentioned this synopsis for good reason. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has to start by breaking cycles that we want to see broken. And if there is a need, even by creating deliberate, lawful, and ethical generational gaps to achieve this, this needs to be done. Without all of this in mind, at the very least, this year's theme of the Interfaith Symposium, Developing Boys to be Leaders in the Fight Against Gender-Based Violence, means that it will only be on our record here. It will be remembered by those that attended, and for some, it will just be a tick box exercise. Unless, of course, the approach to fostering coexistence is based on more than just faith, notwithstanding the importance of the interfaith space. A quick look at our schools have shown that they have become ganglands, where people can walk in with impunity and shoot a principal, fire shots at another, hold hostage yet another, where our children rape each other, assault their teachers, where their teachers rape them, and where weapons are carried in almost equal measure as mat sets, let alone what happens around schools. In KZN, more specifically Umlazi, is it not the rape capital of South Africa? What is clear is that we are to change our direction, and we have to do it in many ways. And the interfaith is just one of those tools that we need to use. I should say, and perhaps it needs to be bluntly said, that the report that was presented to us was not worth more than the paper it was written on. We need to reset our politics, and part of this reset has to be to remove the biggest obstacle in the way of the success of our nation, and that is by ensuring that the ANC is removed from the government at its seat next year. The whole of society approach, the interfaith approach, or any endeavor must ensure that we revert to the values of freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity. Thank you very much.
You are supposed to receive a speaker from the EFF. There is an apology received. We are now going to move to NFP. Honorable CM Shinga.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members. The NFP acknowledges the report as presented by the chairperson of the KZN Standing Committee on the Triple P. The NFP thinks the legislature has to develop a clear monitoring mechanism to monitor the implementation of resolutions taken at these sector forums. We need to wait, we need not to wait for the next sittings. If we do so, these sector forums will become festivals of ideas or talk show, especially when resolutions are taken by delegates who dedicated their energy and time. In the end, our departments fail to implement the recommendations or resolution. It is a fact that these gatherings are helping our government a lot as they work as a researching tool. Somlomo kungakuhle ukuthi usihlalo wekomiti ahole umkhankaso wokuvakashela amasonto nezigodlo zabelaphi bendabuko, izinto esizifunda nesizibona nesizizwa kwabezindaba ngokuziphatha kwalaba abagcotshwa nabelaphi bendabuko, okuyibona esibheke ukuthi badlala indima enkulu esiqubulweni sethu esithi Developing Boys to be leaders in the fight against gender-based violence for restoration of women's dignity. Zinyantisa igazi. Kuvele kushaqise ikhanda kuhlasimlisa umzimba ukubona ugobela noma umgcotshwa esebekwe icala elibandakanya nezinsolo zokudlwengula nokuthumba nokuhlukumeza abantu besifazane abamethembayo. Futhi okuyibona esibheke ukuthi babe yisibonelo ezinganeni nasezweni. Ukuvakashela lezi ndawo nguhulumeni kuzobuyisa isithunzi nokuvula inkundla yokubika ngokwenzeka ezigodlweni nasemasontweni. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, siyabonga.
Bonga. We are now moving to the speaker from the ANC, Honorable ZLI Ele.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker Mthembu, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Nomsa Dube-Ncube, the Leader of Government Business and the Chairperson of the African National Congress in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable S. Duma, the Honorable MECs, the Honorable Members of this august House, our invited guests in the gallery from St. Francis College and the young people of Mfolozi, ngiyabingelela. Ngicela ukubonga inhlangano yami African National Congress ngokungipha ithuba lokuthi ngibe ingxenye lenkulumo mpikiswano. Let me firstly start by addressing Honorable Kika. Can we assure you, Honorable Kika, that it's not going to be easy to remove the ANC from power by just talking? You must be voted into power. And your racist DA will not be able to win the hearts and minds of the people of South Africa. You must fix your house before you start talking about other houses, Honorable Speaker Kika. Honorable Speaker, Professor P.L. Lumumba's speech on the history of Africa, where he laments on how Europeans eliminated Pan-Africanists so that they could continue to plunder resources of this continent. I quote, "In January 1961, they assassinated Patrice Emery Lumumba. Congo has never been the same again. In 1963, they assassinated Silvino Olympio in Togo, and Togo has never been the same again. There were coup d'etats. Nkwama Nkrumah himself in 1966 eliminated via coup d'etat. All his writings, all his speeches burned, never to be read, never to be listened to until 1972, when Ignatius Kutu Akampong rehabilitated him. Ahmed Ben Bella in Algeria, gone. In Nigeria, Nandi Azikiwe, Ande Abukokaro, Tafawo Belawo, gone. In Mali, Modibo Keita, gone. In Chad, Ethiopia, in 1974, a coup d'etat. East Africa, Uganda, mutinies in Kenya, Tanzania in 1971, all orchestrated because we were disunited and weak as Africans. The predictions of our forefathers and founding mothers that disunited we will remain weak as Africans came true. We must unite as Africans, I close quote. For Africa to take its rightful place in the world, we must love one another and remain united. This level of brutality shown by imperialists in Africa over the decades is what we witness Africa today. The brutality towards women and children and its people. But you will never hear the opposition speak of this brutality. Honorable members, considering the sterling report of the chairperson and the debate eloquently delivered by Honorable Madlope on behalf of the ANC before me, the history of our relations with the religious sector continues to bear testimony to our love for our people and how we have nurtured over the years in KZN the life and growth of this sector. As a result, in this very house, the ANC within its own ranks boasts being represented by religious leaders in the house who are fully fledged and card-carrying members of the African National Congress, clergymen, activists in the religious sector. This savoir and wealth of wisdom continues to propel us towards a well-guided and well-supervised direction. In light of this, one therefore feels compelled to assure this respectable House that the outcomes, deliberations, and resolutions of the Interfaith Symposiums were not an academic exercise, Honorable Kika, but are going to be informed and drive the government strategies against gender-based violence and femicide. And the theme of this year's symposium represents a change in approach by focusing on what is important, which is to teach our young boys the right lessons and help them unlearn misconceptions, toxicity, and stereotypes that underpin all forms of misogyny. Allow me, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to reflect on the resolutions that will form the backbone of KZN provincial government strategies as advised by the symposium in the process to teach our boys to become responsible citizens and protectors. This symposium could not have had a better theme. I should therefore delve into some of the deliberations and resolutions of the Interfaith Symposium according to the different initiatives from different departments. In terms of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the problem of hunger in homes and poverty in communities is a key driver of conflict and instrumental creating dependency in women, thus causing women to be vulnerable. It was resolved that one home, one garden must be directly linked to the sector through local government structures. The high rate of substance abuse in communities among young people, especially boys, lead to various forms of violence and criminal behavior. It was resolved to intensify the awareness against substance abuse and education on the use of legalized medicinal marijuana only for medicinal purposes and those with licenses to plant it, but must be closely monitored. In terms of Department of Transport, disappointingly, Department of Transport was unable to appease the symposium with a report for 2 consecutive times, necessitating the symposium to request a report on initiatives by Department of Transport to provide it at the portfolio committee level. In terms of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, considering the rampant abuse of young women employees through sexual harassment in various municipalities, such as Alfred Duma municipality, in the wake of the Sex for Jobs scandal involving a Inkatha Freedom Party councillor. COGTA must ensure that interfaith desks are established in all municipalities with immediate effect, and that COGTA to strengthen its oversight in municipalities and ensuring that such perpetrators are brought to book. We congratulate the police for arresting him. Lastly, in terms of the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, the high level of crimes and moral degeneration in communities does go hand in hand with non-recognition of interfaith leaders for spiritual crime prevention programs in other communities in the province. Therefore, the department must include the interfaith as spiritual healers in crime awareness campaigns, moral regeneration, and social cohesion programs, and therefore petitions the National Department of Police to strive to provide sufficient tools of trade in all police stations for sufficient policing functions. Honorable members, as I learned, we are in this together, and we are in it with only a victory in our hands. The creation of a prosperous society hinges on the existence of society where women do not merely survive but thrive. Thomas Sankara he says, I quote, "Comrades, there is no true social revolution within the liberation of women. May my eyes never see and my feet never take me to a society where half the people are held in silence. I hear a roar of women's silence. I sense a rumble of their storm. I feel and fury of their revolt. I close quote. These words I say we would all have betrayed the Constitution if we fail to unite beyond our trenches of religion. We support the report, Deputy Speaker. I thank you.
We are now moving to the Speaker from the MF, Honorable Esther Karosh-Bansi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Minority Front fully endorses the theme of the Interfaith Symposium, Developing Boys to be Leaders in the Fight Against Gender-Based Violence for the Restoration of Women's Dignity. Honorable Chair, in your wisdom leading this committee, I welcome your commitment to recognizing faith groups beyond the major global faiths. For years, I have been concerned about the participation of minority faith groups in the Interfaith Symposium, but more needs to be done in terms of being inclusive. In this Honorable House itself, many times I hear the mention of only 2 religious scripts, but not the mention of the Hindu text, the Bhagavad Gita. Maybe our religious leaders have not done enough to promote the wisdom contained in every line of the Bhagavad Gita. In terms of this theme, if participants were exposed to the teachings contained within the scripture, a lot more family and human values will be inculcated in especially boys and respect for women, because the entire Mahabharata is based on such incidents and corrective behavior from a faith-based point of view. However, this particular script, like the Bible and Quran, is universal in its teachings. Hence, legislators globally are encouraged to read the scripture to make better life-changing decisions. As much as we separate church from state, the MF appreciates the contribution made by this sectoral parliament, the Interfaith Symposium. Honorable members, Gandhiji stated that a man is but a product of his thoughts. So at future symposiums, it is critical to distribute scripture across faiths for tolerance, awareness, and moral regeneration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Karosh-Bansi. We are supposed to receive a presentation from ATM. Honorable Pagat is not here. Apology received. Munyum Mgcotshwa, Honorable S.E. Mangale. Now, there is an apology. Therefore, we need to move straight to Honorable O.P. Gunene.
Honourable Speaker, when I was here, I was referring to the Department of Transport in the terms of report, having not provided a detailed report on its plans at the Interfaith Summit. I'm happy that the Honourable MEC is here. He's going to correct that because that's content in the report. The same thing applies in terms of the report concerned about the Department of Health that did not participate in the commissions of this symposium, and the Department of Education, where they say there was a lack of preparedness by the Department of Education, which undermines the partnership of the interfaith structure with the department. I hope the Honourable MECs of Health and Honourable MEC of Education have noted the concerns expressed, also the Honourable MEC of Transport, by those who are the concerns by those who are delegates at this Interfaith Symposium, and that they will take it upon themselves to ensure that the officials concerned who put this department in such an acceptable situation are made to account for their failures. I'm forced, Honorable Chairperson, to respond to Honorable Tele, who has just decided to attack the IFP by referring to Councillor Warasali, who in our view and what we saw was him being arrested Hollywood style. And because there is rule of law in this country, was released. Now I have, if you care to read, no charges against IFP councillors. What do you say about this? So all that is being said is just hollow because it cannot stand the test of time. But we also know that in eThekwini there's Councillor Ngiba. There's Councillor Ngiba in eThekwini who's being paid a salary by the ratepayers for 1 year. It's being paid by the taxpayers of this country while it's a jail. Enough for the distraction that was caused by Honorable Tele.
Defend the
Because I just could not avoid the temptation of responding to her.
Defend umuntu olala nabantwana. Sexual jobs. You should be ashamed of yourself.
The IFP hopes that all resolutions, Uban.
Members, can we allow the speaker?
The IFP hopes that I have said enough about the distraction caused by Honorable Tele. Now, I don't know the Honorable Premier continues to heckle when I say enough about the distraction by Honorable Tele. Distraction. The IFP hopes that all the resolutions contained in this report will be implemented. We shall continue to exercise our responsibility of oversight to ensure that the resolutions adopted in this symposium are implemented as part of the oversight role that honorable members of this House are expected to play over the government departments. I thank you. I'm not going to waste my time. But
you are defending a rapist who sleep with children.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on 57(1)(a) on a point of order to Honorable Demande, so that even in future he does not repeat the same mistake. He cannot converse with other honorable members during the people.
Speaker from the ANC, Baba Mfundisi, Bishop.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Mneswemvula ake silamule nalubheme lomlilo oseliqale umuntu iMandela enenkinga nje ukuthi siphikisana nokuthi ikhansela labo lwadlengula. Manje ngiyaxaka emethi laboshwa in Hollywood style nalo ladlengula in Hollywood style ukuthi yini inkinga lapho. Once more ngiyabingelela Premier wethu Nyamazane ne-executive yakho. I do want to applaud the PPP for making sure that the symposium was fully attended by interfaith leaders that are rooted in our communities. Mhlawumbe umuntu ukalingeke njengesikhathi ayithole esephendula Honorable Kiga Honorable Kika loves ANC. And I know it's a matter of time before he joins ANC. You can see every time he stands up here, he does what he calls a thorough research just to make sure that in his debate, it is flowered by ANC. Because without ANC, DA, neither Kika, will never be heard. They are voiceless because they are not speaking for the people, they are speaking for themselves. Anything that touches people outside becomes a thorn in their flesh. When we take parliament to the people, it becomes a thorn in their flesh.
Honorable Dover. I see Honorable Kiki standing up.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on Rule 74. I don't love the ANC and I stopped voting for the ANC in 2009. So that's the reflection of what I love and don't love. I have no intention of
to respond. Thank you. Sit down. Sit down, Kiki. Sit down.
Ake ngiqhubeke nenkulumo yami somlomo. Kodwa ngiyadlula nje kulokhu. Honorable Kika loves ANC. Asikushiye kanjalo. The symposium becomes the voice of the voiceless, and it brings light to those who have resorted to live and die in silence and in darkness. ANC is the only organization through its leadership that has got a serious program of RDP, which is rebuilding and developing of the soul. It is the only organization where you see the Islam, Hindus, charismatic, African indigenous churches, Rastafarian, Amanazaret, mainline churches, abelaphi bendabuko, behlakaniswa ndawonye, baphume bevumelana ngezwe elilodwa ukuthi izwe lethu liyayidinga lezi inhlangano ukuze ukhongolose ukuqhubeke nokuphatha abantu ngoba uyazazi inkinga nezikhalo zabantu. Ingakho siyibonga kakhulu le symposium ngoba igcini nje ngokukhuluma kodwa igcina ngokwenza. Ubona ngama resolution amaningi enziwe ngesikhathi le symposium ihlangene. Kuba buhlungu kakhulu ukuthi inhlangano ikakhulukazi ezifana ne-DA, whenever these symposiums are done, bathola isithuba sokufika ngeemoto zabo, bahlale eBNB, benze lokho abasuke bakwenza engeke ngikusho kule ndawo ngoba kuyabahlazisa bese beqeda lapho behambe bemakhaya. Bafike nabazodebate into abangazange bayilalele nento abangayazi. It's embarrassing. Shame on you. Angazi ukuthi abantu basanivotelelani lengcosana enivotelayo. This symposium exposes or gives us an opportunity to learn about different cultures and the different religions, the formation and the practices, which is one aspect of life that the colonizers tried to destroy. I will prove to you just now. All of you. One of the great theologians say this: we may have different religions, different languages, different color schemes, but we all belong to one human race. That is Marcus Garvey. Uyamuzwa kuMarcus Garvey ukuthi uphila inhliziyo ye-ANC. Akanabala lamuntu, akanakholo komuntu, kodwa ukuhlangana kwethu kusenza sibe abantu abangcono. Okuyinto le u-African National Congress okholelwa kakhulu yiyo. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi our strength lies in our differences, not in our similarities. We believe that fully as African National Congress ngesikhathi sihlanganisa zonke lezi inhlaka ukuthi zizokhuluma into ezosisa phambili njengesizwe sethu. Iqiniso ke lolu hlelo olwenziwayo lubuyisa isithunzi nokuhlonipheka komuntu omnyama nokuvikeleka kwenkolo yakhe. Amakoloni azama kakhulu ukusahlukanisa ngemvelaphi yethu, aze akha nemigomo ethi Uma ufake imvunulo yesintu ubizwa ngeqaba. Uma ufake imvunulo abathi impucuzeko ilapho ubizwa khona ngekholwa. Kuze kwaba nezindawo ezibizwa ngokuthi isemakholweni. Ngoba njalo bekuzanywa ukudicelela phansi isithunzi sobuthina njengama-Afrika. Kodwa lolu hlelo silithola lubuyisa isithunzi sethu njengabantu abamnyama, luqikelela ukuthi izinkolelo zethu ziyasiza ekwakheni isizwe nokusisa phambili. Ingakho sinqoma kakhulu lolu hlelo olungakaze lube khona nakwezinye inhlaka ezike zaphatha ngisho i-IFP uqobo ayizange icabanga ukuthi ngelinye ilanga kuyomele kube ne-symposium la uhlanganisa khona lezi inhlelo nalamahlelo behlala bekhuluma ngezinto ezizoba umhlahlandlela oya phambili. Ke kumangaleze ke ukuthi mase befike lapha into abayenza kangcono ukugxeka. Ngiyamuzwa ke umhlonishwa ekhuluma nge-department yaka transport. Enye ama-department ya transport ene desk elinabefundisi, angithi ayabefundisi kuphela, eline interfaith, okuchaza ukuthi liqikekela kakhulu ukuthi izinto eziphathelene ne-interfaith ziyanakekela. Angikhulumi ngama-hostela baba Msimanga, ngisakhuluma ngezinto ezakhayo zikaKhongolose. Ngiyafisa ukuthi ngilinqome lolu hlelo kakhulu, ikakhulukazi because our culture, our traditions and our languages, our foundations on which we build our identity. Siphuma kulola hlelo sizazi ukuthi singobani futhi sizazi ukuthi siyapi. The effectiveness of this program is evident in the resolutions that were taken in the symposium. Legislature, they said, legislature must ensure that the documents are printed in Zulu. They said the office of the Premier must ensure that the war rooms are fully utilized and supported. They also indicated that the programs that are aimed at nurturing young men and women must also make space for interfaith leaders so that they bring about the spiritual understanding of young people as they grow. Ayikho-ke inhlangano ebingacabanga lokho ngoba okwenu kuduma amavoti njengamanje, kuthina siduma ukusebenza on the ground, and abantu-ke bayabona ukuthi siyasebenza on the ground. Ingakho inhlangano ya-ANC beyithanda because it is the only organization that has got programs of moral regeneration and social cohesion that was affirmed by the same symposium. Manje ke yaniswa. Some of the resolution will help the ANC-led government to solve the challenges in the rural communities. Abefundisi noma abaholi ababehlangene lapha babeqhamuka emazingeni ahlukile empilo. Sakujabulela kakhulu ukuthi kube khona labo abaqhamuka eindaweni ezisemakhaya banqoma kakhulu isenzo sika ngqongqoshe obhekene ezolimo ekutheni entweni azenzayo ababize futhi abanikeze iqhaza abazolibamba ekwakheni kwabusha imiphakathi yabo. Sisazokwenza lokhu, sisazohambela emakhaya. Saqinisa futhi kulolu hlelo ukuthi u-one home one garden iyona into ezosenza ukuthi siphile. Ngineqiniso-ke lokuthi sizohlangana njengoKhongolose siphinde sihambe siye endaweni ezisemakhaya siyoqiniseka ukuthi abantu bayalima umhlabathi. Kwakuyiqiniso ukuthi abantu ababaholi ababalekile emphakathini abenza ukuthi abangenza nokuthi ingcinamba esibhekene nazo zixazululeka lula abaholi bezenkolo abahlala phakathi kwabantu. Ingakho uKhongolose ebahlonipha ebanqoma futhi iqhaza abalibambayo elinqoma kakhulu. Sokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi abefundisi abaholi bezenkolo abaholi bomdabu banakekeleka kulolu hlelo lukaKhongolose. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. We are now going to receive a response from Honorable MPP Zungu for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me thank all members who had partake in this debate. Ikomiti ke le-Triple P kanjalo neshamthetho lizoqinisekisa ukuthi they do monitor that this resolution that was submitted of Interfaith Symposium are implemented, and will continue reaching out to all faiths that are not part of the interfaith. That's a commitment that we are making, but also would like to thank Amava noma utshengisela ukuthi u-Honorable Madlopha usemdala kule ndima. Sibonge nje ukusifundisa asithathe through about a role that was made by umbutho wabantu nabaholi bawo ababeyidlala ukuhlanganisa abezenkolo, ngoba we believe ukuthi ANC, that's where it was founded on, enkolweni. So kasikwazi ukuthi mangabe sekuphethwe bese singayenzi lokho. Ukuthola kahle kalula ke lokho futhi uma ngabe ubuka umsebenzi neqhaza elidlalwe yilabo abasanduleleyo njengoba sesikhona kuhulumeni nathi, our first MECs KwaZulu-Natal, who ensured ukuthi in their respective departments they have the structures of a religious being established so that kuqine ukusebenzisana nenhlaka ekhona. Sho ukuthi Honorable Kika iANC uyayithanda because ububu ngayithandi ngaba uhlala uyikhumbuza njalo. Ufana nomuntu nje wena onesilokozane ofanele ahlala asho ukuthi uyayazi ANC, and you worry so much about what ANC has done. And kumnandi ukwazi ukuthi ngisho usuphumile kodwa uyakwazi ukuthi lokhu usho ukuthi cha kune-ANC, shuthi nje awukutholi ukuthula. Kodwa okuhle kakhulu ukuthi even the stance that you've taken in celebrating diversity hadn't been i-ANC eqhamuke naleyo nto, are not gonna entertain them ngoba kuningi abakufundile kubaholi ebebecacisa. Sibonge kuwo wonke ama-members that had supported and encouraged ukuthi we continue with the symposium, ngoba mangabe sibumbene sibanye noma sinombono wodwa kuyacaca ukuthi this gender-based violence and femicide ingaleke, kakhulukazi mangabe siqinisekisa ukuthi our young boys are nurtured in a way that is going to benefit the entire nation. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. I was hoping ngoba sidila ne-topic engcwele ethinta izinto ey'ngcwele. La endlini kuzoba nomoya, kugcwala umoya ongcwele. Hoping that's why there's only one constitution political parties are called. Ebhaliwe in the constitution. We respect religious faith, a Communist Party. Nginikeza information. Okay, thank you, honorable members. We have now come to an end of the debate on the 2023 Interfaith Symposium resolution. And the House now needs to vote on the 2023 Interfaith Symposium resolution. So, as per request of the Standing Committee on the Public Participation, I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to adopt the 2023 Interfaith Symposium resolution. As I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote, and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. Starting with the IFP.
Siyela somlomo hloniphekile. Namalunga ahloniphekile eshamthetho. Iqembu lenkatho enkululeko iyawusekela umbiko. Ngiyathokoza.
The DA.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a good thing you're not asking me about my vote for the ANC, but on a vote on this report, we support it.
The EFF. The EFF.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. We, according to Karl Marx, religious is the opium of the people. So it's indoctrinate people. This is why we choose to abstain here. Thank you very much.
I'm not going to debate that, Mbomvu, because inside there is dialectics. The NFP. Well, I said I'm not going to take that debate because inside that sentence is dialectics. NFP.
Mhlonishwa Deputy Speaker, i-National Freedom Party iyaphakamisa ukuthi lo mbiko mawumukelwe. Ngiyabonga.
The Minority Front.
Honourable Speaker, the Minority Front supports the report and the resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. ACDP absent with apology. ATM absent with apology. The ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the ANC that understands that the Interfaith Symposium is a program of this House supports the report.
Okay. Members have the votes of all parties. And is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Ageko abstaining. Okay, if there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally? Oh, there's a hand. There's no hand. If there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favor 60, votes against nil, abstentions 6.
Can you repeat?
Votes in favor 60, votes against nil, abstentions 6.
6.
6. Yeah.
6.
Yes.
Okay. Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the vote is as follows. Vote in favor 60, that's 60. Vote against 0. Abstention 6. The ayes have it. So that concludes the voting on the 2023 Interfaith Symposium resolution, and which conclude the Interfaith Symposium resolution for today. Now, We are now going to move. Bear with me in there, Alan. We are now the debate now we are going to take is from the chairperson of SCOPA. Starting with the report of the chairperson, Honorable M. Govender, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts met during March and April 2023 to consider the responses to the resolutions of the committee on the 21-22 report of the Auditor General by selected provincial departments and public entities. We conducted the following hearings with the department on the 22nd of March, the Department of Social Development and Education. On the 3rd of March, Department of Transport. 7th of March, Departments of Health, Public Works, Community Safety and Liaison. And on the 4th of April, the entities of agribusiness, Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife, Itala IDFC, Itala SOC Limited, and Tourism KZN. The intention of the hearings was to consider the responses of the selected departments and entities in addressing the 21-22 audit findings. And whilst the committee has noted progress by the selected departments and entities, we have observed that certain areas still require attention. The condemnation of irregular expenditure. Provincial Treasury had made a presentation to SCOPA the 10th of February about the cumulative value of irregular expenditure recorded in the annual financial statements of provincial departments and public entities. It was reported that provincial departments' irregular expenditure increased from 48.2 billion to 53.9 billion from the 21 financial year to 2022. While the cumulative value of irregular expenditure recorded in the annual financial statements of public entities increased from 404 million to 528 million. The balances reflected are after accounting for the condemnation requests that were approved and reclassification of expenditure that did not meet the definition of irregular expenditure. Honourable Chairperson, the committee is concerned that after 23 years since the inception of the PFMA, most departments and entities are still incurring such high irregular expenditure. Unauthorized expenditure. The Provincial Treasury also presented a report on the unauthorized expenditure incurred by departments for the 1920, 2021, and 21-22 financial years. Recommendations had been made on whether the unauthorized expenditure was to be funded by the Provincial Revenue Fund or whether it should be a first charge against the vote of the relevant departments. SCOPA engaged all departments and adopted resolutions in this regard. Honourable Deputy Speaker, these resolutions on unauthorized expenditure are part of the report being tabled. Investigations. We noted the great strides achieved by departments in concluding investigations, as well as the SIU and the Integrity Unit at the Office of the Premier. But we noted with great concern that the implementation of recommendations takes far too long. And this results in departments being unable to take the necessary action against wrongdoers due to the implicated officials having left or retired. We noted with satisfaction the efforts made by departments to ensure that consequence management is implemented, and we are also happy with the way they are committed to clearing all pending investigations as well as irrecoverable debts. We noted the progress made in the filling of vacant funded posts as well as critical posts, but our main concerns are that there are numerous vacancies within public entities, especially the CEO and CFO positions. The committee noted that this challenge is exacerbated by incompleteness of the rationalization process of public entities in the province, and this makes it difficult for critical posts to be filled. We recommend that the process of rationalization be finalized so that public entities can become fully functional. We also noted several vacancies in senior management posts within departments, and the Office of the Premier is requested to provide a report to SCOPA on when all head of department posts will be filled. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of SCOPA, I would like to thank the executive authorities, accounting officers, accounting authorities, and officials of the various departments and public entities, the Auditor General, Provincial Treasury, the Provincial Audit and Risk Committee, and the Legislature support staff for their assistance and cooperation during the follow-up hearings. I would also like to thank the chairpersons and members of the portfolio committees who attended the hearings. Your role is crucial in following up on audit findings and commitments that provincial departments have made to address them. Finally, I would like to thank the members of SCOPA who participated without fear or favor in the hearings and will play a constructive role in ensuring that this committee performs its tasks effectively and efficiently. It should be noted that we intend meeting all relevant departments and entities on an ongoing basis to monitor implementation of and compliance with the resolutions contained in this report, as well as those contained in the November report. Honorable Speaker, the report on the March and April 2023 follow-up hearings of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, together with the unauthorized expenditure resolutions, is hereby submitted for adoption by the Legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. Now let us receive the first speaker, that will be from the ANC, Honorable Zinhleqele.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mthembu, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Nomsa Dube-Ncube, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members, invited guests, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my organization for choosing me to be part of this debate. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must hasten to remind members of the meaning of the unauthorized expenditure. It says services that is not in accordance with the purpose of the vote or main division within a vote, or which result in overspending of the main vote and the main division within that vote. The meaning of irregular expenditure is the expenditure that was not incurred in the manner prescribed by the legislation. At nowhere, Honorable Speaker, where it says unauthorized expenditure or irregular expenditure means corruption. We know that honorable members from the opposition would like to drum that up and says that it has to do with corruption. On the 53 billion, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, of irregular expenditure that has been recurring, we urge the HODs to do what is required for this to be taken away from KwaZulu-Natal. On vote 1, on the issues of relating to investigations, as the report says that the committee notes with great strides achieved by different departments in concluding these investigations, as well as the special investigation units and the integrity unit of the Office of the Premier. However, the committee noted with great concern that implementation of the recommendation takes too long to reach to its finality. We were quite happy this morning when the Honorable Premier did speak to this and what steps is the Office of the Premier going to take to deal with this issue of taking long to finalize the investigations by the Office of the Premier. On vote 1, on forensic investigations, we noted that the various departments relating to the status of the ongoing forensic investigations being conducted by the forensic unit of the Office of the Premier. Again, on this one, it is quite heartening to hear what the Premier said when she was responding to issues raised on the forensic investigations, which also goes towards the Office of the Premier. On vote 9, on Department of Community Safety and Liaison, the committee also noted the improvement and the turnaround strategy of the department to address the issue of irregular expenditure, condonation and irregular expenditure, filling of vacant posts, and investigations. We then resolved that the 36 million, which is Resolution 22 of 2023, that the priority must be on the 32 million not yet condoned. We are urging that this money be condoned. Noting that also exception for an amount of 352,000 that has been condoned. The balance of the irregular expenditure is still subject to determination testing. Cases under forensic investigations are amounting to about 16.4 million. The committee then resolved that the accounting officer provides the progress report on the committee by the 30th of June 2023, the progress made in the implementation of consequence management in relation to 2013-14 irregular expenditure, and a report on what steps have been taken. The progress made in determination testing of balance of irregular expenditure for 2021-22 and prior years, not yet condoned, as well as timeframes for finalizing the investigations, steps taken to implement consequence management, recovery losses emanating from irregular expenditure, and opening of criminal cases where applicable, as well as timeframes for taking such steps in relation to investigations that have been completed since the last report of the department, which was the 30th of January 2023. On vote 4, we will go straight to the Itala SOC and Itala Finance Corporation of KZN. On Resolution 4 of 23 on Itala SOC Ltd, we noted that following the recommendation of the forensic investigation pertaining to the alleged irregularities in the procurement of the online banking solution in 2021-22 financial year, Itala SOC Limited has instituted legal action against Tech Mahindra for recovery of damages of 34.9 million plus 3.7 million. The defendant has counterclaimed an amount of 35.7 million in damages. The matter is ongoing and the defendant has requested copies of all exhibits. Itala SOC Ltd has requested the Prudential Authority in December 2022 to release the exhibits referred to the forensic report. The PA has not yet released the exhibits. Then the committee resolved on this matter that the accounting authority reports to the committee by the 30th of June on the progress made and steps taken to expedite this matter. This is resolution on fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 600,000 of 2020-21 and the 2 million in prior year relating to resolution 134 of 2022. Noting the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 600,000 in 2021-22 has been written off. Number 2, no further progress has been reported on the litigation matters relating to recovery of the prior year's fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 2 million in respect to bonuses erroneously paid to the executive. We must thank the department for picking this one up and dealing with it. Then the committee resolved that the accounting officer must come before the department by the 30th of June. The reasons for the write-off of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 600,000 be given. Progress made in the legal action as said above. And then the time frame expected to resolve the findings of the above. On Resolution 6 of 2023, material concerns relating to ongoing resolutions on banking licenses exemption, noting expiring on 15 December 2023, has taken on review by the shareholders and the board. The matter will be heard in court on the 8th of May 2023. Also here, we are waiting for the accounting officer to come in front of the committee to give us progress. On the CFO posts, it is still vacant, which is also a concern, and we want to know when is this post going to be filled. On Itala Development Financial Corporation, Resolution 8 of 2023 on irregular expenditure, Itala Development Finance Corporation has made some progress in the submission of condonation of irregular expenditure incurred in prior financial years. An amount of 17 million is subject to criminal investigation. We also congratulating the department on this one for picking it up that this This one is actually a criminal matter. On Intingo T, Resolution 9 of 2023, the audit of an annual financial statement of Intingo TPTY Ltd be completed by April 2023, where after the evaluation of the company can be concluded. Number 2, the IDFC intended supporting the turnaround strategy for Intingwe to return in the profitable and being able to service the outstanding loan of 65 million owing to the IDFC. The committee then resolved again that the accounting authority reports to the committee by the 30th of June on the valuation and solvency of Intingo T, PTY Ltd, details on the progress made in the implementation of the proposed turnaround strategy and timeframes for the repayment of the 65 million. Resolution 10, the 30 of 20 investigations have been completed, 4 are still in progress and 3 commencing in February. The committee resolved that the accounting authority reports to the committee by June, 30th of June, progress made in the implementation and finalization of recommendation in respect to these investigations that have been completed, where disciplinary action was made in progress and criminal cases were opened. 2, that the progress made in the finalization of investigation still in progress, 4 matters, or that have not yet commenced, 3 matters, and the timeframes for completion. Where investigations have been completed, the report must reflect the findings and recommendations and steps taken to implement the recommendation. We thank the provincial government for being able to pick up and investigate some of this criminality. Yes, the ANC government is able to deal with criminality when it happens. I thank you.
Honorable Teller. Now we request the speaker from the IFP, Honorable Kaula. Ulu. Vula.
Ngiyathokoza somlomo ohloniphekile, Honorable Premier, honorable members. On behalf of the IFP, I welcome this opportunity to make a contribution on the SCOPA report presented by our SCOPA chairperson. As the IFP, we continue to express our gratitude to the SCOPA chairperson for her impartial handling of provincial finance matters and her commitment to the road towards clean governance. We also express gratitude to the whole KZN SCOPA team for their commitment and dedication to this cause. The same goes to our support administration team. It is not an easy road. This is because financially at SCOPA, we are like pulling out.
Honorable Speaker, I humbly apologize to the honorable member on the floor. Honorable Twala is on the phone. It's a point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Tala, the leader of the IFP. I Sebuneli Putala. Okay, let's continue.
A leader of. It is not an easy road, Honorable Speaker. Whilst one can note improvements, it is still very far from what ought to be. This is because financially at SCOPA, we are like pulling out province from the dungeons of mismanagement and corrupting practices of government funds. Like I have stated before, our observation is like praising the fish for swimming, which is work that the fish is destined to perform every day, every minute, every hour, for as long as it lives. This is mostly due to some officials who continuously do not want to subscribe to principles and abide by the rules legislated by the country in respect of utilization and monitoring of finances in government. The FP agrees with the supports the report presented by the chairperson on our behalf. The finance issues that continue to trouble us in the province are increase of irregular expenditure and increase of unauthorized expenditure. As per the report presented to SCOPA by Provincial Treasury, as at 31 December 2022, the cumulative balance of irregular expenditure for all provincial departments was at 53 billion. The cumulative balance of irregular expenditure for provincial entities was at 527 million. For the same period, the provincial departments submitted to Treasury condonation requests for irregular expenditure amounting to 17 billion. Departments submitted requests for write-offs amounting to 4.4 billion. Provincial entities submitted condonation requests for irregular expenditure amounting to 175 million. Why do departments spend 53 billion irregularly, but only ask to be condoned only on 17 billion? These are some of the reasons given to transgressors by provincial treasury. 1, departments fail to show that they have executed remedial action and corrective measures on the wrongs committed. 2, there is no evidence given to prove that disciplinary action has been taken on responsible employees. 3, departments fail to prove that no losses were incurred and they fail to prove value for money on irregular expenditure incurred. 4, departments fail to give details to Treasury relevant legislation that was contravened, the cause of the contravention, and the controls instituted to curb the recurrence. And 5, departments fail to provide all the required supporting documents for their applications. This is a reflection of employees who either are failing to do their work or they deliberately do not want to do their work. We therefore have reason enough to be concerned and worried, honorable members. Departments think that the easy way to walk out of registered irregular expenditure is applying for write-offs. Hence, for the period in question, applications for write-offs combined amounted to 4.4 billion. When applying for write-offs, departments have to comply with and prove the following. 1, that the matter is free from fraudulent and corrupt conduct. 2, that disciplinary action was taken against responsible employees. And 3, that the department did not suffer any losses. 4, that non-compliance that led to irregular expenditure has been addressed. 5, that there is a review in the departmental processes in order to stop a repeat. Because departments do not comply with these conditions, very few write-offs have been authorized. As the IFP, we applaud the staff at Treasury for ensuring that we stick to the book and do not allow the culprits to get off the hook easily. In respect of condonation requests and the status quo, some departments are more of a concern than others. The Department of Transport is a major concern. As of 31 December 2022, the Department of Transport has a total cumulative irregular expenditure of 30 billion. The condonation request submitted for an amount of 2.5 billion. Only 1.5 billion was approved. The department remains with an outstanding balance of a whopping 27 billion. The Department of Social Development has a total of 1 billion irregular expenditure and nothing has been approved for condonation. The Department of Health has a total of 16 billion irregular expenditure. Health applied for condonation of 6 billion to be condoned and nothing was approved. Education has a balance of 8 billion irregular expenditure and applied for a condonation of 5 billion and 3.3 billion was approved for condonation, leaving an outstanding balance of 3.1 irregular expenditure. Honorable MECs. Oh, Chair, let me stop here. I'll come back so that I don't get disrupted. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is from the DA, Honorable F.A. Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Let me firstly thank the Democratic Alliance for giving me the opportunity to debate. The very same Democratic Alliance that won Ward 73 yesterday with a resounding 80%. So I'm proud to be here today. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, let me also thank Honorable Tele for giving me my starting point in my debate. For once, there's something that Honorable Tele and I agree with, and that is quite simply that irregular expenditure and unauthorized expenditure, you must sit, listen, and learn. That unauthorized and irregular expenditure is not always criminal activity and doesn't always amount to corruption and fraud. However, However, what it does indicate is that we are being governed by a failed state. You have failed as the ANC to curb unauthorized and irregular expenditure. You have failed to develop a capable and ethical state. And let me tell you why. Because if you look at your irregular expenditure, it's not going down, it's going up, it's increasing. Your irregular expenditure increased from 48.2 billion to 53.9. That's not going down, it's going up. Your public entities increased from 404 million to 528 million. That's like being in matric and getting 30% this year, rewriting next year and getting 26%. That's what you're giving us. Then, if you look at the committee report, and this justifies what I'm telling you, so all the howling, listen to what the chairperson of the committee wrote. The committee is concerned that after 23 years since the inception of the PFMA, most departments and entities are incurring high irregular expenditure. Those aren't my words, those are the words of the committee chair. So there you have it. And if you look at unauthorized expenditure, and it's interesting to note that in the report, the unauthorized expenditure amount, the globular amount is not here. Well, wait for it. Your unauthorized expenditure, if you go through all the resolutions, is sitting at 1.2 billion rand. 1.2 billion rand. Now that leads me on to something that I believe we need to take note of in this House. And that is the situation in the Department of Education. The Department of Education's unauthorized expenditure for 2020 was 235 million rand. It overspent its budget by 225 million rand. You again have to ask what happened to cash blocking. So this department is now liable for a first charge over 5 years. In the 2021 year, 6.3 billion was unauthorized. That's not going as a first charge against education. It's a first charge against Treasury. Still means we lose out as a province. Then if you look at 2021, 2022, 719 million rand of unauthorized expenditure by the Department of Education. That's now a first charge against the Department of Education over 5 years. That means for the next 5 years, our new MEC of Education has to take 200 million rand off her budget before she can actually start the process. And we hope that we're going to improve that situation over those 5 years. If not, and I want to stress this. I want to stress this as a non-partisan member for this particular statement. The Department of Education has all the possibilities of crippling the province of KwaZulu-Natal financially, unless we can intervene and we can address the issues that face us. I've warned before, we're on a fiscal cliff, and if we don't take the necessary action now, we are certainly going to find ourselves up the creek without a paddle. Diabulela Somlo.
The next speaker is from the EFF, Honorable Tinkosi.
Yes, I'm okay. Thank you very much, Chair. As a leader of the provincial command team of the EFF, let me take this opportunity to invite all EFF members, EFF supporters in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we call upon your support to our organization and donate any kind of intervention as we prepare to celebrate the Festival of the Poor in FNP Stadium as we mark 10 years of the EFF. This is the people revolution against minority capital rule, as we do not want their support, because they will end up like all these other political parties with no direction and capacity to resolve social economic freedom problems, and some will demand to supply us with amasi from Kokstad. As a committee that is instructed
Honorable
with law
members, I
marking.
think you're drowning the speaker.
Okay.
So, nenza kube worse men bangumsindi. Can you please keep quiet? Can you please keep quiet? Otherwise, I'll let him stand and wait for you to keep quiet. In nature, emenze nje ukugula.
As a committee that is entrusted with law marking and conducting oversight on provincial department, we note with concern the continual lack of consequences management by SCOPA, which is reflected by increase in irregular and unauthorized expenditure by many provincial departments from 48.2 billion to 58.9 billion. In a sense, Will SCOPA is supposed to be cracking the whip with regard to maladministration. It's become a safety net for harboring wrongdoings because its law respond with regard to investigations relating to that. These reports, there are cases of maladministration and fund embezzlement that dates back more than 5 years ago. Yet they still have not been concluded. Chair,
Excuse me. Can you allow Honorable Gubanet?
Yeah. Speaker. No rule, please. Rule, drowning the speaker. When I was shower, when they go in, when I no.
Can you please keep quiet? Honorable Speaker, keep quiet.
No, Speaker. Please, can you protect the speaker there? Please, it's just being drowned there.
I can't hear you.
Stop hiding behind rules. I'm saying you are drowning the speaker. Hiding behind rules. What will not say? Stop hiding behind rules. I'm saying, Speaker. You see, I see now. I see what Honorable Speaker didn't image now.
We have to mention the rules.
I see.
You must say you're standing on which rule?
No, but Speaker, I'm saying stop drowning. Please protect her.
Okay, sit down. Sit down. I'll take care of it. Okay? Can you keep quiet, honorable members?
49.
Okay. Uphakamisile nje usondele eduze.
Kuyathusa-ke ukubona abafundisi njengoba budube kuyibona ababangumsindo kakhulu. If they are not with consent, such as them witness who are repeat offenders when it comes to irregular expenditure.
Lower your voices, please. Keep along.
Then ngamanga.
Get agitated. Someone. Excuse me. It's Honorable Zuma. We pay.
Ngiyabonga somlomo ohloniphekile. Ngisukuma ngo-rule 57D ukubuza ukuthi umhlonishwa engabe njengewunkosi nje bahlobene nini noNgqongqoshe uNkosi. Ingane yakhe.
However, despite investigation having been completed,
Angethemba uzoyisho rule 12 angaze kube nomsindo.
Ngisukuma under rule 72. Also quoting rule 74 and rule 55. This member is irrelevant. Can you please protect our member who has a right of delivering a debate and has the right to respond to this debate? So please protect our speaker.
Yes, I am
And the
protecting.
speaker is busy disturbing our speaker. Can you please call security to remove him? Please call security.
Okay, we'll do that.
Honorable Speaker here. Honorable Speaker here also.
I accept that.
No, please, you gave them a chance to speak. Please also allow myself to speak. Please allow me.
Yes, I did also.
Please allow me to finish.
Are you finished?
Honorable Speaker as well. I don't know, Noma is still suffering from the conference going over what. He's here from parading himself and promoting himself that he's the voice of reason. Please protect our.
Yes, I've taken your point. I've taken your point.
And remove the speaker.
Okay, I've taken your point. I've taken your point, Honorable Twala. Honorable Taluza. Honorable Taluza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I understand. I rise on 57(1)A on a point of order. I understand that the leader of the EFF hardly comes to the House and forgets his rules. He has risen on wrong rules and therefore should not even have been entertained for so long in this House. What he was saying was out of order. It was irrelevant. It was outside of the rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can sit down. Continue. To continue. Thank you.
Speaker. Speaker. Rule 72. You can't. Rule 72, it's a point of order. Yeah. It's point of order. Rule 72. And then Rule 73.
Honorable Twala.
No, but you're drowning me, man. Oh, just listen and I told you. You can't sustain something which is wrong.
Yeah. Honorable Twala. Can you listen? Honorable Twala. Can you sit down, Honorable Twala? Honorable Twala, can you sit down, please? Okay. Let's continue. Let's order to prevail, please.
As the 2017 NASREC Policy Conference, the ruling party introduced the step-aside rules as the way of rooting out corruption. But how does the ruling party aim to root out corruption when a committee like SCOPA, which is entrusted to, with ensuring compliance, shows disinterest of solving serious corruption cases? We note the committee effort of highlighting the root cause of many problems in provincial department, but highlighting problems and making recommendation without full implementation defeats the whole purpose of oversight. Njenge-economic freedom fighter sithi leli komiti aliyelizinuka amakhwapha libheke ukuthi lingakanani iqhaza elilidlalayo ekuphephethisekeni inkohlakalo emnyangweni kahulumeni. The Economic Freedom Fighters observed the 6th anniversary of the formation of the Organization of African Unity on this day in 1963, which was later transformed into African Union. The FF is the only organization with an international character with a will and determination of root out foreign domination and exploitation. Therefore, we call on peace across all over Africa and for Africa to unite toward fulfilling the objection of freeing Africa from colonial domination. One Africa, one currency. Africa, we are one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, honorable members.
Speaker.
When we appeal to those in the gallery that they are not allowed to participate in the proceedings of the House, please.
Honorable Speaker, I am glad that you have ruled on this matter. We must never allow a situation where the gallery disrupts the House. The gallery is scared.
Yes, I've already ruled on that.
And
The gallery is not allowed.
Honorable Speaker, what we want to get from the speakership and the table is who are those who are part of the gallery so that we ensure that this does not happen again.
Yes, in fact, actually, that was what I was trying to stop. That, Honorable Twala, Honorable Twala, can you show leadership, Honorable Twala? Honorable Twala, please. There are kids there. There are kids there who must learn how to orderly, Honorable Twala. Anisisizi nonke nikhombisa ukuziphatha ongamulekelile nonke la ngaphakathi. Ake sibani abaphume benesithombe esikahle. Asebenzi phansi. Let's sit down. Let's not get excited. Let's not get excited. Honorable Twala. Honorable Twala ngizokhipha-ke manje.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Singer. Oh, I don't know whether it's. I don't know whether this is a disrespect of the Africa Day.
I'm calling him for.
Honorable Twala. I'm reaching the end. Honorable Twala, I'm reaching the end of my Twitter now. Can you please sit down? Because no, please sit down. Because
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Chief Whip. I'll tell you, Chief Whip. No, I'm not about to say.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was.
Okay, I'm coming to you.
I was standing first.
Huh? I didn't see you.
I was standing. I allowed you to.
Are you appealing that I appoint you first?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't issue one man.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Rule 61 deals with gross disorderly conduct in the House. Throughout the debate of the EFF and afterwards until now, that the House has quietened down, you have not been able to bring order to this House. My suggestion to you, sir, is that you adjourn the House temporarily to allow the whips to bring order to the House by bringing their parties in line. Because it is quite clear that you are not able to bring order to the House.
I hear you. I don't think I was sitting here doing nothing.
I know
sit
that.
Down. Honorable Twala, can you sit down? I allow you to stand. I don't know whether we have to listen to you for the rest of. We have been standing for quite some time. I've already appointed. Huh? Yes, but let's not abuse it. Yeah, can you?
Thank you.
Yeah, noted.
Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 75.1, which says an offensive or insulting words or gesture. 75.1 says a member may not use offensive, insulting, or discriminatory words or gestures against any member. Honorable Twala in this House stands uyasukuma ukhomba an honorable member ulibiza ngeligama usho zonke izinto ku-Honorable Fraser. Speaker, I do wish that you investigate the matter and rule on it because it is unparliamentary and it's not acceptable.
Yeah, we'll investigate that. Thank you. Honorable Twala?
Speaker, ngisukuma under Rule 75, offensive or insulting words or gestures. Speaker, okukhulu kuyithoba nokuzehlisa angeke sikuvumele ukubizwa ngama-tax by Honorable Sibiya. Uthe thina singama-tax. Literally uzwakele la besisacela u-investigate Speaker and rule. Bese ngixolisa ukukhomba another honorable. Phepha ingane ayinakudla. It's truth. Akukho ukudla ey'kolweni. Besisacela Speaker u-investigate. Ngiyaxolisa ukumkhomba u-Honorable Fraser, u-Honorable Fraser. Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu. Kepha u-Honorable Sibiya uthe thina singama-tax. Uthe akangisabi. Umfana angaphumela nami ngaphandle. Uyangithreatenisha. Uyangithreatenisha. Thanks. Awusho yini? Speaker, uthi asiqede ngaphandle. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think this House knows that I'm a very honorable man. I can never say to other honorable members they are thugs. I said amadaki. So I really, Speaker, I withdraw, Speaker. I withdraw. Yabuzwa-ke Speaker, uthi singama-house Negroes manje. Uthi we are house Negroes now. Is it correct for him to call us Negroes? But you must school this honorable man.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, as an MPL and a SCOPA member, I acknowledge the report given by the SCOPA Chair, Honorable Maggie Govender. The fact that the majority of departments and public bodies are incurring such significant irregular expenditures 23 years after the PFMA's introduction is undoubtedly troubling. The NFP requests for a review of the PFMA and amendments to provide room for efficient consequence management. One of the main causes of unfavorable audit results is a lack of consequence management. Furthermore, the departments and entities take a long time to implement the recommendations from their investigations. The pace of change is unacceptable, and the wrongdoers must face the punishment. However, departments are unable to take appropriate action against wrongdoers as a result of the failure to adopt recommendations promptly because the involved officials have departed or retired. Honorable Speaker, we are troubled by the fact that corruption and improper use of financial resources continue to be significant problems in the province, and that a large number of forensic and internal investigations into long-running issues are either still ongoing or have lagged behind in putting the recommendations into action. Honorable Speaker, the inadequate rationalization of public entities process, which has to be accelerated so that the public entities may be fully functional and fill crucial vacant posts within the public entities. Notable, the CEO and CFO's role is putting public entities in an predicament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shinga. Oh, unasiphele. Honorable, the next speaker would be Honorable T.S. Mjali for 7 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier with the executive members, Honorable members, please receive my greetings. Deputy Speaker, I decided to bring this book for the Chief Whip of the EFF and urge him that as we break, I would like to sit down with him and go through the rules so that he better understand them. As a young person like him, it's very embarrassing that he could rise on emotions, not based on principles and the rules of the house. So we must protect a young person and educate. So angifuni uphoxe umkhaya wami who fully understand these rules. No, it's not the age. I come from the ranks of the African National Congress Youth League that taught us that when young person is not doing well, we ought to assist. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC has a document which it established, which is called the Ready to Govern document. And on the economic policy, it speaks of a growth and development democratic South Africa. And it says, Honorable Mtombeni, the central goal of the ANC economic policy is to create a strong economy towards, firstly, eliminating the poverty and extreme inequalities generated by the apartheid system, the democratizing the economy and empowering the historical oppressed, creating productive employment opportunities at a living wage for all South Africans, initiating growth and development to improve the quality of life for all South Africans, but especially for the poor, those quote. The Ready to Govern document, it's a document that the ANC, when it knew that it was ready to liberate its people, however, liberating the people, it ought to have a plan on how it envisaged changing the lives of the people. You will note from this, Honorable Chair, that the main dominant words is to empower the oppressed, but also is to give quality life to South Africans, but especially the poor. This is the agenda the ANC, which has been advancing since it started the liberation of our people, and it ought to be noted as such. Firstly, the report that the Chairperson of SCOPA has presented to us today is a reflection, and it does indicate a lot of improvements from provincial departments, Honorable Premier. That is shown by the number or the increase in the number of clean audits which have been obtained by different departments. This shows that many departments are adhering to the Council of SCOPA, but equally this is a reflection of the commitment of the ANC-led government in its pursuit of a clean and ethical government. This shows that the ANC is able to balance the ethical government while it provides service delivery to its people. Further to this, Speaker, the legislature has also received the second clean audit in 2 successive years, and this has been under the ANC-led legislature through you, Honorable Speaker Nontombe. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Department of Treasury alone has received 14 successive clean audits under the ANC-led government, but they will not speak about this. Honorable Speaker, we will continue to raise the issue of vacancies that are not filled, which in turn affect the work of the departments. Therefore, we will continue to drill this issue with the understanding that lack of enough people employed in departments affect service delivery. But Honorable Premier, we must say that we're happy to know that the Department of Education, after it had engaged with Treasury and it came to you, you were able to approve them to fill 10 senior management posts and 4 middle management posts and 1 junior management post as per your directive. And this must be commended, and we hope that other departments will be able to do likewise. The departments have improved in dealing with consequence management. However, there is still lack of implementation wherein there could be monies that could still be recovered and be used towards service delivery to our people. And there are people who still need to be charged criminally for their wrong conduct. Therefore, we urge departments that they must ensure that all the recommendations are implemented, but equally are implemented on time. We do agree with other honorable members in the issue of the irregular expenditure, in the sense that by its nature, we continue to call department to move with speed in their investigation, because it doesn't automatically mean that a corrupt process or a non-service has occurred. Therefore, the investigation will put us at ease in understanding what had really transpired. But in other instances, Honorable Premier, value for money was there. Service delivery was implemented to our people. So we mustn't cloud the issues as if we do not know what it means. But equally, for us to get closure, we do require that it gets to be attended to. And as I conclude, Honorable Chair, this is Africa Day, and allow me to quote former President Thabo Mbeki on his famous speech that I'm an African. And he says within in that speech, whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper. He goes on and he says, whoever we may be, whatever our immediate interest, however much we carry baggage from our past, however much we have been caught by the fashion of cynicism and the loss of faith in the capacity of the people, let us all add today and say, nothing can stop us. And I dare say to you, nothing can stop the African National Congress in advancing the interest of the people.
Thank you, Honorable Mtali. We are now going to receive a debate from Honorable Takaraj Phansi for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker and Chairperson, accountability is a critical expectation of all honorable representatives and civil servants. Hence, the 53 billion irregular expenditure and major parts requested for condonation means entering a process whereby the provincial treasury acknowledges the irregular expenditure and pardons the action that has resulted in the incurrence of irregular expenditure. The huge amounts have accumulated over years, and the fact that the special 2021 Ad hoc Investigations Committee had sat for a period of 1 year and its report had been concluded, it's vital now that the decisions have to be made in terms of the amounts that should be condoned and those for which there must be consequence management in the various forms that these may take. The MF urges that the 2023 SCOPA report must be read together with the detailed report of the Ad hoc Investigations Committee set up in 2021, and all resolutions be actioned and fast-tracked. Such action should clean up various financial statements. Clear footnotes, however, must be included. Therefore, the Minority Front recommends a joint meeting of SCOPA, Finance, the Ad hoc Investigations Committee, with other relevant officials to accomplish these tasks. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Takaraj Bansi. Now we're supposed to have ATM, Mr. Speaker. It's not in the House. Apology received. And another speaker was supposed to be from ACDP, Honorable Manile. It's not in the House. Apology received. Therefore, we are going to allow the speaker from the DA, Honorable F.A. Rogers, for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. So I want to just, in my conclusion, just reiterate what I said. If one looks at the unauthorized expenditure of 954 million over 3 years by the Department of Education, and the top slice that's going to come off that, it's something that if we don't take note of it now, it's going to become a burden. And if we add on to that, I think it's something like 5,100 vacancies in the Department of Education that still need to be filled. If we're serious, we need to address this situation now. Deputy Speaker, when I started my debate, I said that not all unauthorized or irregular expenditure can be put down to fraud or corruption. But if you look at Resolution 4 of 2023, relating to 133 of 2022, and the forensic investigations into Itala Soc Limited, one's got to also question why a forensic investigation would be instituted in the procurement of an online banking solution. That certainly raises some questions. So there are cases where, in fact, when there is irregular expenditure, further investigation needs to happen, and that's SCOPA's job, and we await the report on that by the 30th of June 2023. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Honourable Nkosi, KK Nkosi. I'm not sure if he's in the House, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank him for the immense amount of work that we've been able to achieve as the Finance Committee. And I'm not sure who I need to thank for his appointment. It seemed to coincide with the National Working Committee visit to the province of KwaZulu-Natal that somebody had the foresight to appoint a KK Nkosi into Human Settlements and Public Works. I certainly would have liked to have seen him remain in finance, and we wish him well, and we look forward to getting a good replacement for KK Nkosi in the Finance Committee. Ndiyabulela Somlo. That was very nice.
Thank you. The next speaker will be from the IFP, Honorable M. Kaula.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable MECs overseeing these departments politically must assist province for these monies to be accounted for. Honorable members serving in legislature portfolio committees, Honorable Speaker, overseeing these departments must ensure that they continue to ask questions for accounting purposes of what the funds have been used for. For as long as these funds are not condoned on irregular expenditure by Treasury, it means that provincial monies have been used for things that we do not know anything about, Honorable members. It is our foremost duty, our fiduciary duty, to want to know on behalf of the people of the province as to what exactly happened to these monies. In other words, honorable members, if provincial accounting officers continue to dodge accountability on these monies, it means officials are also making you, members, a failure by indirectly stating that you are unable to monitor expenditure of provincial funds. Like SCOPA has previously requested before, all committees must have a standing item on audit reports and reports on action taken at every portfolio committee meeting. Honorable Premier, we're also concerned about the slow pace of rationalization of government entities. As a result of this hiccup, entities are not able to fill up vacant posts timeously. Entities are also not able to confirm organograms in order to move on with filling of vacancies. For as long as posts remain vacant, it means that service delivery is not acquired to the maximum, and also that levels of unemployment remain unacceptably unattended to. The concern also applies in the same vein to government departments that remain with vacant posts for ages. We have previously raised the issue in this House of government officials that commit wrongs in one department and later resurface in another government department before disciplinary measures have been completed on them. The practice of jumping ship when one has committed flaws in the administration must be dealt with. The practice has not stopped, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, let us all pull together and put every effort we can to ensure that our province moves with speed to the achievement of clean audits in our departments and our provincial entities. And in conclusion, Chairperson, also on behalf of the IFP in Scopa, I would also like to congratulate the Honorable Nkosi. He has been a very dedicated member of Scopa, Chairperson. So we wish him well in his new appointment. We also wish that we get a person who is going to be up to his task, because he was a very good member of SCOPA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We are now moving to the last speaker for debate, Honorable M.A. Zulu from the African National Congress for 10 minutes.
Again, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, as part of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, we have continued to play a pivotal role in ensuring, as the watchdog of the legislature, over the way our taxpayers' money are spent by our executive. We have ensured that every year the Auditor General's report, after being tabled, is scrutinized and accountability is sought without fear or favor. Given the state of our institutions and the fiscus, compliance and the acute financial management of the various government departments and their entities will be the backbone upon the culture of accountability is being inculcated and entrenched. Honorable Speaker, one of our revolutionaries in Russia, Vladimir Lenin, once said, the true leaders must submerge themselves in the fountain of the people. Speaker, asidlulise ukubonga kakhulu ukubaphathiswa bethu abakhethwa ukhongolose KwaZulu-Natal abenza ngakho konke indlela yokubambisana kuzo zonke ingxaki esuke sibhekene nazo nekomiti lekuzokubhekwa kwezimali nembiko kaMcwaningi Mabhuku ukuthi bakwazi ukuphendula and bakwazi ukusinika ixazululo lapho sibona khona kunezinkinga esifundazweni. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to delve issues picked up with the Department of Health. We want to firstly begin by congratulating the MEC of NH team, the HOD, the CFO, and the department has made a tangible and significant progress in terms of attending and resolving their audit issues and findings. The continuous trainings of workers to NHI and also other related programs which were identified by AG, shows the remorse and the enthusiasm our Department of Health is displaying. In terms of its disciplinary matters, the committee has also noted that there is a little of action that has taken place in this regard, but the accounting officer has assured the committee that there will be a progress. Furthermore, we will report as the investigation continues what has taken place. The department as a whole has a responsibility to strengthen and enforce consequence management and culture of organization. For such department that deals with public health and welfare of the entire province, entrusted with the lion's share of the people's budget. More accountability and consequence management also need to be improved. And lastly, a report on the progress of the pending investigation is required by the 30th of June. Honorable members, in terms of KZN tourism, the challenges that have faced the sector over the past 3 years are well known and have been improved. However, the entity has pivoted and demonstrated resilience. We note its dedication to implement consequence management measures without fear or favor. This is coupled with clearing all pending matters in this regard and have rose its feet with outstanding performance. Our executive will soon be the audience of the bill of the rationalization of this entity. Honorable members, in terms of Ezemvelo, we must also give credit where it's due. We have noted the commercialization strategy in line with the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee work in order to revive the entity. In light of the pending investigations, the committee urges the entity to expedite and finalize these processes and report to the committee. Honorable members, KZN Ezemvelo has been able to back the capital expenses with the exception of additional funds of 6,145 million and 44,884 million that is received in the financial year 2020-2021 and also 2021-2022 financial year respectively for road maintenance and also to look upon to those minor maintenance issues. Last year, Honorable Deputy Speaker, sihambile nje siyikomiti lakwa finance sibuka nje umsebenzi omuhle owenziwe ileli portfolio ebhekelele ezemvelo. Sayibona imisebenzi emihle ukuthi imali ayilahlewe lapha kwezemvelo kodwa there are improvements in most areas noma in most accommodations ebekade zenziwa ama-renovations akhona. Siyawubonga lo thuthukiswa komphakathi noma kwe-entity ezosiza kakhulu ukuthi makufika laba abavakashayo babone ukuthi kunomehluko omuhle. In conclusion, honorable members, we applaud the work that has been done and applaud the departments and entities that have made progress since our last AG report. We also urge other departments to strive for excellency and use SCOPA as a platform for scrutiny in an effort to self-correct and improve service delivery. We will discourage members to go in public and can stand about our departments. Hence, there is a platform within the SCOPA where they should engage and discuss issues and resolve the matters. We thank the chairperson of SCOPA and also the members immensely. And Honorable KK Nkosi, thanks so much for being part of this committee. And sikubongele ukuba umphathiswa omhle oqalayo ozowenza kahle kusebenza kulesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Siyabonga sana.
Let's hear a response to the debate by the chairperson of SCOPA Standing Committee, Honorable M. Govender, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me just thank all the members of SCOPA who have responded to the report. And I must agree that we work well together as a team. It's something that we in the ANC have grown with, that we work as a collective. So regardless of the party, we're dealing with the issues. And thank you to all the members for that. We want to call particularly on the political principles to make sure that their officials account about investigating and applying for condonation of irregular expenditure. As has been pointed out, it doesn't mean that there is corruption, but when it's not investigated, the perception is created. And rather than allow that to continue, get your officials to investigate. Once they're able to provide an explanation about how funds have been used, they can then apply for condonation. Unfortunately, this is taking far too long, and this is the problem, Honourable Speaker. Also, we must point out that this is actually misconduct not to investigate, because in terms of the regulations, any irregular expenditure has to be reported to Treasury within 30 days. It's not being done. And Honourable Speaker, we really want this to be addressed. I want to just go to some point that was made by the colleague from the Economic Freedom Fighters, who said that SCOPA needs to introspect. Well, for somebody who has not attended a single SCOPA meeting, who has been missing in action, I think the shoe should be on the other foot. The introspection should be from where either from somebody who speaks on an informed basis. Clearly you are very poorly informed, because missing in action means you don't have a clue about what has happened. So, Honourable Speaker, in SCOPA, we do not tolerate fools easily. Not at all. All SCOPA members are clued up. They know what they are talking about. And that is why people who attend SCOPA meetings respond in the way in which they do. Honourable Speaker, I'd like to thank everyone for their contributions once again. We look forward to seeing departments in follow-up hearings. Thank you.
Okay, Honourable Twala.
Speaker, can you please call that racist back to that podium?
No.
Who is a fool there? Who is a fool? How does she say?
No, you need to, first of all, you need to.
No, call that racist to that podium.
No,
Who's a fool there?
You can't instruct me like that.
Who's a fool?
You can't instruct me like that.
She can't.
Then sit down, Mr. Twala. Sit down.
She's a racist.
Okay, sit down, Mr. Twala.
No, call her back to that podium.
No, sit down.
No, we're not going to allow that.
Sit down, Mr.
We are really not going to allow that. A member call other members as spoons.
Sit down, Mr. Twala.
Never call that racist back to that podium.
Sit down, Mr. Twala. You see.
No, we're not going to
allow that. Sala pants.
I'm right.
Allow progress.
Rules
so address them. Rules investigate
as much as
and
want,
deal with it.
but not to call our people a fool.
You see. Sala pants.
She's saying like papas.
Okay.
Bob is a bang of a talk.
Sala pants.
No.
Honourable Vuiswa.
Never. It's very racist of her. Never. Fools. Hey, we had her. No. We're not going to allow such. Please call that racist back to that podium.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise on 57(1)A, read with Rule 75, 1, 2, and 3. Honourable Honourable Speaker, we are now being really abused by the leader of the EFF. I rise on 57(1)A, read with 75, 1, 2, and 3. Honorable Speaker, we cannot allow an honorable member to directly insult another member like how Honorable Twala is doing. He must withdraw. If not, may we request that you invoke the rules of the House for him to be excused from this House. Thank you.
Honorable Twala, Honorable Twala, I did advise you to mention the rule we are standing on. You didn't. You see, you did not until later on. I therefore will order that what is alleged as an insult be investigated so that the necessary action should be taken. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, may we also further request that on your investigation, you also ensure that you investigate our request to say that the honorable member must withdraw and apologize, and then in the next sitting, we hear the ruling.
Yes, my investigation was encompassing everything you said. Of the debate on the SCOPA hearings on the 2020-2021 closeout audit outcomes. The House now needs to vote on the SCOPA hearings on the 2020-2021 closeout audit outcome as per the request of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal agrees to approve the SCOPA hearings on the 2020-2021 closeout audit outcomes. As indicated,
No,
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
okay. So I therefore call upon the parties, starting with the IFP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Members, the IFP supports the SCOPA report. Thank you.
Thank you. Then the DA.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports it.
Thank you. Then the EFF.
Yes, Speaker, we would like to abstain, especially for insulted by a Phoenix citizen.
Okay, the NFP.
Honorable Speaker, we support the report of the SCOPA hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. The Minority Front.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Minority Front supports the SCOPA report.
The ACDP have apologized. The ATM have apologized. The ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress supports the SCOPA report.
Okay, members, I have the votes of all parties Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favor, 60. Votes against, no. Abstention, 6. Thank you.
Okay. So, honorable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the vote as follows. Vote in favor, 60. Vote against, 0. Vote abstention, 6. The ayes have it, which concludes the voting on the SCOPA hearings on the 2020-2021 closeout audit outcomes. Therefore, the SCOPA hearings of the 2020-2021 closeout audit outcomes is therefore concluded. Honorable members, I must voice my disappointment about the behavior of this House, particularly when we have invited some students and the youth, because coming out of this legislature, it looks like they have learned what we are trying hard as the country to behave violently. So some of the behaviors here is a form of violence, that you want to get your way through violence. This is what these people have come up, have learned in this House. You see, we hope all the chief whips, all the party leaders are going to address this. And I'm saying this thing indiscriminately, I must say. You see. I hope you have to go back to your principals and be able to address this. It is a big challenge in this House. Please. We have now come to a point where I think silambile futhi nisindile ngoba ikuzovuka enye into kumina nibona into eningakaze niyibone. Lunch coming back at quarter past. Huh? Akhona ukusabisa lokho.
That's okay.